What's up, YouTube? What's up, Twitch? How's it going? Let me pull up my camera. Ah, there's my ugly mug. Hope y'all are excited. Been waiting for AR-15, and now called Asteria, to come out. Interested in seeing what she's doing in the story. Apparently, from what I've been told, social media has been going, well, I should say the Ghost Frontline social media has been going rampant with spoilers, which, to be completely honest, I avoid just about every social media that is not YouTube on patch day. I kind of need YouTube to pass the time when I'm at my job, so. But this should be quite interesting. Also, did they change the music for here? They usually do when the next part shows up. So they did change the music, but it's not as rock heavy. Or maybe it will be. Let's see. I got spoiled with first Open X. Feels bad. Yeah, that's why I just don't go on. It's especially bad on Twitter, because Twitter doesn't even know what you're trying to avoid. Ah, this is a remix version of the first theme? More orchestrated? Okay. Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm for the first version now. So yeah, we'll get started about 8 minutes. We'll go at 3 o'clock on the dot. Then wait for people to come in here. Let's see how long this is. What's this icon? It's a headphones icon. Oh, does that mean cutscene? I guess that's what it is. Let's check this one. Okay, yeah. So headphones probably means it's a story cutscene. A visual version, and this little it's like an S. That might be a full motion scene, full motion cutscene. While the rest is, yeah, voiced. Yeah, that makes sense. The headphones mean it's a voice cutscene. Okay, yeah. And yeah, let's see how long this is. Yeah, it's pretty long. And I imagine the dialogues is gonna be very girthy. The old Nokia symbol. And it's been a while since I've seen that. I don't remember anymore. Look it up. Yeah, it kind of does actually. Yeah. How's the OST? It's weaker than the first one in my opinion. Unless you really like orchestra. But yeah, I completely avoided Twitter. No, not at all. And if anyone spoils anything, I'm banning the fuck out of them. Like, I will obliterate y'all. Y'all try to spoil anything. Just because I can't spend 13 hours reading the story. People make it to the end before me and they're like, oh, here it comes! I'm like, shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, I'm very sure people will crash out, they get spoiled. And they're trying to, especially if they're global side, and they're trying to avoid spoilers, it's fucking impossible. It's actually impossible. Like, some people they just don't have consideration. It's like, this is what DMs are for, this is what private channels are for. Like, go into voice chat and talk about that stuff. Hey Keith, how's it going? The How Play players? Are they still going to be behind? They're behind... Actually, I wasn't aware that they're behind at all. I thought they're at the same rate as Global. Because the only time I remember where it was different was that they were 2 days behind on Dark Winter when the game first launched. But I thought by that point it was only 2 days of launch difference. I figured by that point it would have synced up. They get content. Oh, okay. It's an 8-hour difference. Okay, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense, but that makes sense. If you know what I mean. Hey Recon, how's it going? Same here. Also, since it's close now, I can go ahead and say this. So, after long consideration, and this is based on my other streaming experiences with different games like Chaos Nightmare and Nikkei, I have decided that I am only going to voice on voiceless sections, pretty much. So basically for this portion, for this event, I'll pretty much only be voicing the sections where there's narration, and whenever characters talk, I'll just let them talk. It does two things. Potentially three. The first is that I'll be able to talk to you guys more. Because that would be nice. The second is that my throat doesn't die by the end of the event, and I just immediately just don't want to talk anymore. That has suffered a lot when we get towards the end, and I just want to end stream because I don't want to talk. And the third potentially is that you don't get to hear my shitty attempts to be a girl. Well, most of the time. I mean, there's still going to be voiceless events where I'm still going to do that. But at least with that they'll have more purpose to it. But alright, let's go ahead and get started. We got a lot to do. I'm going to assume that this is going to be another 3 days of me streaming this, more than likely. White Zone, you're in C, Government Building. 36th floor, Special Control Zone. From the outside, this place looks no different from the other government buildings. The same corridors, the same lighting, the same AC vents. But if one observes closely, one will discover some subtle differences. In the clean and tidy corridor, there is not a single electronic screen. The lighting uses old-fashioned fluorescent tubes, controlled by independent mechanical switches, with wiring embedded in lead-filled pipes. The AC system is also purely a physical circulation loop, with no temperature control chips involved. Even the walls themselves have been specially treated, lined with 6 layers of electromagnetic shielding materials of different densities, completely isolating this area from all electronic signals from the outside world. All the room doors, locks, and sight are pure mechanical Swiss lock cylinders. The keys are carried by the duty personnel and rotated every 12 hours. Surveillance also does not rely on any cameras. Every entrance and exit from the 35th to the 37th floor is continuously monitored visually 24 hours a day by screened Stasi agents. Ooh, Stasi, okay. Their weapons are also specially customized. The gun body is made of nylon, carbon fiber, and ceramic composite materials, and the magazine is loaded with hardened polymer bullets with chemical primers. This specially made firearm ensures that there is not a single electronic component from inside out that can be jammed by an electromagnetic pulse or remotely controlled. The agent's communication was even more primitive. The communication between the agents on guard used point-to-point speaking tubes. There wasn't a single circuit board in the mouthpiece. Sound was transmitted directly through resin tubes without any digital or analog signal conversion. And when they needed to report outside, a dedicated person would walk downstairs to the communications room on the second floor to use an isolated terminal. All design concepts for this area can be boiled down to the same principle. Eliminate electronic signals. And all of this is just to guard one person. Hey, Dandy! A black-haired girl who is currently sitting in the office, boredly twirling her hair with her fingers.
また随分な無理難題を言ってくれたわね、お姉様。
She muttered to herself as if she didn't have anyone in particular to chat with. Before her eyes, the furnishings of the office she was in could be described as comfortable, or more bluntly, downright luxurious. Solid wood bookshelves, hand-bound paper books, a carved oak desk, and even a bouquet of fresh flowers replaced by a dedicated person every 3 days. If she ever gets bored of these, she only needs to make a request, and within a half an hour, she can be transported to an unsimulated real outdoor beach to enjoy a pure, healthy sunbath. All of this is courtesy of the Stasi guarding her, or rather, a sign of sincerity from the UNC.
そうね。
Welcome back, Recon.
これは必要なことだもの。
She loosens her curled hair and watches it spring back to its original arc. Then she stood up.
無料で日光浴ができなくなるのは惜しいけど、ま、指揮官にはちゃんと埋め合わせしてもらうわ。
There was no dramatic trigger. She just stood up, patted the non-existent wrinkles on her skirt, and got up to walk towards the door. In the corridor, the two agents closest to the office door noticed the movement inside almost simultaneously. They had been executing this mission for a long time, so long that they almost forgot the danger of the person in the room. But the reason they were selected and dispatched here is that they were well trained and will not let their guard down under any circumstance. When the door pushed open from the inside made its first sound, the muzzles of the ceramic guns were already aimed at the doorframe.
すみません。お部屋へお戻りください。
I like that he looks like the adjutant. Dandelion poked half her face out from the crack in the door, like a girl next door peeking to see if there were any unfamiliar strangers in the corridor.
どうも。何も変わりない？
V6th.
お部屋へお戻りください。上からの指示があるまであなたを通すわけにはいきません。
So the adjunt's like NPC? He does.
知ってる。でも今日はちょっと事情が違うわ。
Especially if he doesn't have any eyes. She pushed the door completely open.
用事があるの。女の子の気まぐれってやつよ。
Shopping? The agent captain's pupils contracted slightly. I don't see your pupils. In his 17-year career, he had faced cruel rebels, hysterical terrorists, and out-of-control military dolls. But never once had he felt such a sense of oppression in front of a smiling young girl like this.
総員警戒。
As soon as he finished speaking, 12 fully armed special agents filed out from behind the isolation doors at both ends of the corridor. No, Recon, when we say head wife energy, I don't think of like leading wife. I think of something else. if you know what I mean. Ceramic guns, carbon fiber restraints, polymer net launchers designed specifically to restrict a doll's physical capabilities. The commonality among all this equipment is that not a single one requires electricity.
へえ、大所帯ね。
She took her shoulder off the door frame and slowly walked into the corridor.
そういえば、ずっと聞きたかったんだけど。あなたたち、何か忘れてない？
これは最終警告です。
このビルの設計は大したものよ。電子機器もネット回線もなければ、私にハックされそうなデバイスも置かれていない。
Yeah, you're not wrong, Dylan.
私のことを高く評価してくれているようで光栄だけど、一つ大事なことを忘れているわよ。
Her tone carried a hint of playfulness.
いや、想像しなかった。私が他の方法で脱出した時の対策をね。
腕！
The sound of polymer bullets firing was short and muffled, not as piercing as gunpowder weapons. Over a dozen bullets were fired at Dandelion from extremely close range, but not a single one actually hit.
当たったところでどうということはないけれど、この素体、まだまだ使いどころがあるのよね。今消耗するわけにはいかないの。
Her body moved smoothly through the barrage, without any superfluous movements. The trajectory of the bullets to her is like streaks of rain suspended in the air. Rustle. And at that very moment, a faint, indistinguishable sound echoed in the corridor. It was some kind of metal, no, something finer than metal. It's Nemogen! Some substance between liquid and solid was spreading outward from Dandelion's fingertips. That is a nanomachines her frame hasn't used a second time in 10 years. Like a cat bearing its claws from its paw pads. The spreading silver gray fluid takes shape in an instant, covering the forearm of Dandelion's right hand and forming its thin, sharp gauntlet. She gently waved her hand. The isolation door on the left side of the corridor, that isolation door made of reinforced composite materials with immense bearing capacity, was instantly cut off at the root along with the door frame. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror.
やっぱり力技は苦手だわ。変な感触。
A certain frozen silence permeated the corridor. The dozen or so highly trained elite agents who had survived countless actual battles were all frozen in place at this moment.
総員撤退！緊急プランを！
時間切れよ。
She moved forward, and with every step, the walls beside her peeled away to the size like paper. This wasn't even intentional on her part, it was just some kind of power naturally radiating from around her body. Nanofluid roamed around her body, sometimes condensing into a shield surface to deflect sporadic incoming bullets, sometimes extending into blades to cut open obstacles blocking the front. Dandelion didn't even deliberately quicken her pace.
そうそう。部長さんに伝言を頼めるかしら。
She turned her head and showed an apologetic smile to those agents who had completely lost their will to fight.
オフィスに置いていった本、ちゃんと保管してね。まだ何冊か読みかけなのよね。
No one gets an answer, but Dandelion doesn't mind. She turned back and walked through the last blast, while she had casually pushed aside, as if taking a stroll. The clean and pure wind, exclusive to the white zone, rushes in.
いい天気
She takes a leap, and a pair of butterfly-like wings unfold behind her. While in the corridor behind her, all that is left is a complete mess. So remember, she is using nano machine, so this should still be the body that she stole from William. Somewhere on a street in the white zone, the frame's wings could only allow her to glide. After arriving at the destination, Dandelion folded them away. The strong wind blew her hair a bit messy. Now, she once again restored that ordinary girl-like performance. Communication connected. The moment she left the shielded area, an encrypted communication request immediately found her accurately. Dandelion glanced at the source identifier and smiled softly.
あら、さすが Q さん。早いわね。
Hey, it's Q. She's still here.
うん。今はオーギュスト部長かしら。
今度は誰に腹を立てたんだい？しかもたった37秒で私が予算をかけて練った対策を打ち破るなんてね。こりゃ報告書に困りそうだ。
ごめんなさいね。急いでるの。
急いでる？誰かとコーヒーでもしばくのかい？
I like how Q just doesn't give a fuck.
私も入れてくれない？喋らないから。会話の内容は記録してもらうけど。
遠慮しておくわ。3人だと気まずくなるタイプなの。
残念。
The teasing voice suddenly disappeared, and on the other end of the communication, Augustus was silent for 2 seconds. And when the voice sounded again, and that layer of playful disguise was deliberately removed a bit.
完成エリアの損傷報告見たんだけどさ、3つの警戒区域にわたる大規模破壊、耐爆壁2枚に隔離ドア1枚がズタボロ。最初から君を阻止できるとは思ってなかったけど、噂以上の化け物だね。
So she was shocked that she's that strong?
ひどい言いようね。ちょっと力が強かっただけじゃない。
幸い死亡者はいなかった。これはそのまま報告しておこ
う。お兄さんたちには世話になったからね。
Handsome guys.
恨みもないし。
それはいいことだ。ならなおさらどうしてこんなことをしたか不思議なんだけど。
Dandelion didn't answer, but there was another brief silence in the communication.
ダンデライオン、私たちも何年の付き合いだ。君について余計なことは一切聞いていない。知らない方がいいこともあるからね。君もおとなしく協力してきてくれた。それは感謝している。
Dandelion, you've been chill, so what the fuck? Basically.
だからストレートに聞こう。どうして今日なんだ？報告書用の理由が欲しい。
Hey Batsu, how's it going?
そうね。
Dandelion raised her head and looked at the clear sky above.
休暇が終わりそうだし、私の専属ドライバーが迎えに来てくれるからよ。
She said it's time to go to the commander. I've avoided all social media today. I pretty much avoid everything on patch day. I do not look at anything besides YouTube because I need something to pass the time doing work.
専属ドライバ
ー？これがもうせっかちなのよね。もし遅れたらバーンって自爆しちゃうかもよ。
Oh, Damn, okay. Are we seriously gonna keep using that joke? It only happened once.
部長さん。
何？
長い間お世話になったわ。もしこのことで降格処分とか受けても私を責めないでね。運よく難を逃れたら本のことよろしくね。
The communication signal instantly disconnected. In an instant, Dandelion snuffed out the tracking signal Augustus used to lock onto her from the source. The channel was swallowed by some invisible force in an instant, leaving not even a trace of residual data.
あの子のこと意外と好きだったみたいね。
Whoopsie. Shaking her head, Dandelion shrugged and turned to walk away into the distance. Oh, Dandelion and her old drip, what the fuck? Yeah, that's only because of nanomachines. Nanomachines allows her to change her clothes whenever she wants. And that is her quote-unquote battle attire that she likes wearing. Augustus stared at the tracking interface that suddenly went out in front of him. Him? Should be her. Her expression completely unruffled. What's so surprising about this? She was just following the rules, but facing a big black bear. No one can blame her for not being able to win with a bamboo spear, right? So is it hold on, is it Augustus or Augusta? Augustus or Augusta? She picked up the terminal on the desk, her fingers tapping quickly on the virtual keyboard. Accident report, loss assessment application, aftermath disposal plan, control zone downgrade, and reassessment process. This is the work she is best at. Since she was just an agent, she has been best at filing out reimbursement forms. Only after everything was completed did she very reluctantly open another communication channel.
いやーボス、どうもどうも。いい知らせと悪い知らせがあってね。
General Rami, like, so, we lost the ad set. A few days ago, a massive sweep was conducted in this huge building. This is Caldwell and Adarox's old home, I think, right? Unless they're using the same background. Furniture, old documents, and those precious experimental instruments. It's as if they were emptied out overnight. Yeah, I'll go to Augusta as well, since that's the female variant. But who knows? Like, we have characters named Light and Shadowless, so... The luxurious old castle, once burying countless secrets, is now nearly abandoned as those secrets have been completely evacuated. Oh, sorry, excavated. Inside the massive building, only a few mechanical dolls remain, either left behind in a hurry or unable to function normally. So on this night, they didn't notice at all that someone had already infiltrated the depths of the castle. Oh yeah. Sorry, AR-15 is one of my favorite characters. I don't know if you guys didn't know that. She is.
爆発か。
Asteria touched the scorched marks on the old floor with her fingers. She was very familiar with this kind of mark, and could even deduce the full picture of what happened at that time through these few clues before her eyes. A doll initiated a self-destruct sequence here, but survived for some reason. And the reason she was able to survive was that someone rescued her. Undoubtedly, the only person who would do such a thing regardless of their own safety is him.
相変わらず優しいのね、指揮官は。どんな時でも自分の身を後回しにするくらいには。
You better say the V6er? I wish. Asteria revealed a hint of a smile that even she herself didn't notice. She's also blushing. 10 years have passed, and he seemed to not have changed at all. That courage, as always, never changing, dragged him into danger time and time again, yet he always faced everything he shouldn't have had to endure with a smile.
M4、面倒なやつを選んでくれたわね。厄介ごと押し付けてくれちゃって、ひどいのなんの。
What do you mean by that? Are they actually communicating actively?
とはいえ、それもあんたの選択だし。あんたが戻ってくるまで、あの人を守ってあげる。
Before you return. Yeah, they might be communicating actively.
あんたの目に映る、すべての世界で。
She's better than V6 OCS-14? Really? But she's a support unit. She is V6 or don't get. At V6 she's insane though. Asteria followed the tracks left behind all the way forward. Soon she found the other thing she cared about. It was a thing she was both worried and eager to see.
これね。ブージャム。
Although the scene had been cleaned up on a large scale, Asteria, relying on her unique sharpness, still identified that thing from the remaining clues. No, not quite the same. She squatted down and approached the remaining tissue in the wall crack, adjusting her visual module, wanting to see more clearly. The once vivid and twisted tissue block has now become some kind of charred black, seemingly lifeless thing. But obviously, it is still alive. That's the Bujin that tried to eat sextons, right? I think that's what it is.
ブージャム細胞よりもキモい存在になったか。朽ちることも死ぬこともなく、何度も何度も再生し生まれ変わる。気持ち悪い。M4、あんたのメッセージ、こういうことだったの。やり方が分かっても、これの影響を完全に消し去ることはできない。それにこんなこと、私がやらないとダメ。
Although thinking this in her heart, Asteria still carefully picked up that piece of sample, a kind of fragment. She conducted a comprehensive scan of it, and then firmly stored the data in her neural cloud.
彼女の意志がなくとも、お前たちは存在してはいけない。
Nice sound effect. She looked at those air-dried tissue blocks. It seemed to have sensed something, the shriveled tissue wriggling and shrinking into a ball in her palm.
消えて。
After saying these words, a faint blue light flashes. Asteria stares expressionlessly at the black smoke rising into the air. She turns around and, just as she did when infiltrating, silently leaves the old castle. Is Astera that strong at V6? I mean, I can't get her at V6. She's... Oh. Hold up. The Red Zone, far from the borders of human civilization, is a hell ravaged by Iliad and severe radiation. Even for non-human existences, this is not an area where one can easily survive. No matter how it is decorated with high-sounding words, it is a fact that the once powerful paradise is now in a period of decline and dormancy. But as for this stronghold hidden deep in the core of the Red Zone, the silhouette of its former majestic strength can still be vaguely seen. The reinforced gray building complexes that tightly laid out artillery batteries, defense arrays, and missile launchers far exceed the upper limits allowed for the military base. And the heavy tanks and mechs stationed here have also been modified, fully utilizing the lethal radiation energy of the surrounding environment, possessing stronger performances and firepower than military armaments. As the personnel stationed here, naturally they wouldn't be ordinary humans or dolls. Nearly 100 Neaters and several Nitas took on various tasks including defense, and for them, this was not a very difficult task. Until tonight. Fuck. Okay. There are actually stars tonight? Several Nitos... that's not spelled correctly. Several Nitos responsible for night guard duty felt something was off during their first round of patrols. The dense radiation clouds that constantly shroud the skies above the Red Zone had somehow dissipated in one corner, and the faint silver-gray light reflected on their enhanced retinas. Beneath the cascade of light falling from the sky, a slender, graceful figure strolls over. Would you call this slender? I'm not sure. What do you think, chat? Good evening. Ataraxis? Was she sent by Lady Caldwell? Contact her quickly. We haven't received any instructions from our superiors. This is not my instruction. Under the holographic projection of the emergency contact, the chief scholar didn't seem surprised by the interruption, but leisurely continued her ongoing work, walking around, recording, and setting up various devices from time to time. Facing the nervous inquiries of the Neaters, she just answered casually. Since there are no instructions from you, even Lady Ataraxis cannot intrude. I hope you can ask her to leave. Unfortunately, I can't do that. Even with my power and knowledge expanding exponentially, I still can't overcome psychological issues. It's a valuable lesson for me too. What does that mean, please? It's just that Ataraxis has currently broken free from my control and is acting on her own free will. So, I cannot fulfill your request. What did you say? But Ataraxis, she's the greatest combat asset we currently have, right? If she betrays us, wouldn't the situation be completely out of control? Although she is indeed disobedient, it is not betrayal. That child probably doesn't want to make enemies of you either. If you want advice, I do have one piece. Advice? Do not take any hostile actions. I know you deployed a lot of forces there, but in front of her, they are all useless. This child will leave once she gets what she wants. Just treat it as the privilege of the strong and let her take whatever she wants. I will explain it to your superiors. We cannot obey such an unreasonable request, please. The communication was unilaterally cut off, and the Nidos looked at each other in dismay. Although Caldwell gave permission to yield, they did not intend to choose that path. After all, possessing firepower capable of resisting an army at this moment, announcing surrender to just one individual completely exceeded their common sense. Even if that individual was Caldwell's masterpiece, the creature that terrified them was no exception. And just as the leaders were talking, Ataraxis had already arrived at the gate of the base. Her expression was incredibly relaxed, as if strolling in a garden, admiring everything around her, softly reciting an ancient poem. I once fell between dream and not dream, where the bright sun was extinguished, and the stars wandered in the eternal void. Her ethereal voice and tranquil expression were like a fairy from mythology, but the building in front of her responded with flashing red lights and piercing alarms. She raised her hand, and the force field suddenly exerted power, crushing the alloy gate and the concrete wall in front of her at the same time. What greeted her was a dense hail of bullets and scorching rays, as if an entire high-threat armored force, mechs, chariots, fully armed soldiers, as well as leaders and Nidos, unreservedly unleashing their maximum firepower on a mere single figure. The frozen earth lost its guidance and its path, blindly drifting in the vastness of the fading moon, gradually sinking into the netherworld. She left the sigh and the uncatchable hail of bullets and explosions in place, spinning and glancing like a dance. Her figure passed through the clamorous artillery fire, like a sharp glass dagger, cutting into the defender's soft underbelly. The huge mechs that hadn't had time to be revealed on the battlefield had their feet torn apart, and the cockpit covers cracked open like walnuts. Ray cannons were penetrated and exploded one after another. Ataraxis released crystal-like javelins from her hands, piercing the missile devices hidden behind cover. To the Needers and Nidos, commonly called monsters or apostles by ordinary people, what they saw in their eyes was an existence close to a nightmare and myth to themselves. What is this? The Needer who had previously communicated with Caldwell didn't notice her approach, only confused that the shooting target suddenly disappeared before her eyes. The next moment she found herself thrown high into the air. Between the inversion of heaven and earth, she watched in despair as a figure destroyed the position in front of her. A large number of drones were shot down just as they took off, and chariots were swung and swept over by Ataraxis like toys. Her movements were as coherent as dancing a dance rehearsed thousands of times, constantly adding a little improvisation because it was too simple. This is not the reflex nerve a creature should have, nor is it a reaction that a doll, combat mecha, or any radar can make. The Needer tried to understand her actions with all her computing power, but was completely unable to make predictions. Take care, Dylan. The Needer only knew Ataraxis could be even faster. Just occasionally her speed would slow down, even maintaining a distance outside of attacking that allowed the garrison to fire. A few times heat rays and bullets seemed to accidentally catch her, but they were all leisurely blocked by her force field shield. At first, Needer thought this was her limit. Then she despairingly realized another fact. She is learning, or rather, this is more like a rehearsal. Take care, Batsu. In preparations for her next official performance, she was manufacturing some accidents to test things out. Needer crashed heavily to the ground, only to see Arax's fair ankles touch down, lift up, and step right over her. Got a clear view of under her skirt, too. Stop! You traitor! The absolute directive issued in her neural cloud made her reach out and raise her weapon once again. But before the gathered energy could erupt, it was crushed by Ataraxis in one grasp. Those beautiful eyes turned towards neither, completely devoid of emotion, yet making her too stiff to move. Ataraxis didn't make a move. She merely maximized the stimulation of a certain instinct within her. Just like that, neither automatically lost consciousness. No matter how many dawns and dusk spawn pass, daylight will not arrive again. The terrified crowds have forgotten what they once loved, caring only to selfishly prey. Every frost-cracked heart is recalling the light. When she finished reciting the stanza of the poem, there were only ruins and scorched earth around, and no more units capable of resisting. Ataraxis, however, slightly furrowed her beautiful thin eyebrows in dissatisfaction, seemingly feeling bored, but ultimately she still took out a small communication device and called up the only projection she cared about. Is it over? Yes. They cannot provide a challenge like the commander in the Elmo. Theoretically speaking, the defensive strength of this place far exceeds the upper limit that commander could possibly mobilize, especially in terms of firepower. It is not the same. They are too easy to predict. Since you thought of this long ago, maybe you could try sneaking to bypass the obstacles. After all, the current Paradox is not as efficient as mass-producing high-level needles and mechs as in the past. I didn't kill any leaders or needles, including any drivers of tanks and mechs, Mother. The loss of mechs is unavoidable, because I haven't fully learned their structure yet. Maybe next time I'll find a way. Although you have no intention of increasing your killing impulse, and I truly don't remember setting a moral red line for you. Do you loathe taking lives, Ataraxis? That's not it, Mother. The difference between the strong and the weak lies in who decides whose fate, doesn't it? I choose to let them live to show that I can do this, and if they were targets that could threaten me, then I would take their lives with all my might. A very good excuse, but that is not strength, but arrogance. What you are doing is exactly a manifestation of you not being perfect enough yet. Caldwell was still carrying on with the work at hand, seemingly just guiding her daughter's homework with a normal expression. However, Ataraxis' expression wavered for the first time, but then she shook her head slightly, driving the unease away from her expression. I'm sorry, Mother. She's getting a little rebellious. She's in her rebellious phase. But no matter what, I want to go see her by myself. I don't want anyone's will to distort my true heart, nor do I wish to share my soul with anyone. I believe that only in this way can the authority known as God be correctly exercised. Mother's wish, I have not forgotten in the slightest, and I will definitely fulfill it for you with the highest priority. I don't need your comfort, especially after knowing you will fail. A single neural cloud cannot withstand the power of the ruins. Relics. Ruins means relics in this case. A single neural cloud cannot withstand the power of the relics. If you refuse to devour the neural cloud and the blue gem pronucleus, then you need to fuse more thoroughly with the child of the relics, adjusting your own genetic structure to be closer to the wavelengths allowed by the Nirvana space. I am already able to completely control the energy of the Buddha cells in my body, Mother. Relic technology is by no means a secret to me. Perhaps you are at your peak state at this moment, and there is no opponent in this world, but Nirvana is not a place where dominance is determined by the level of energy or destructive power. The talents you can display are not that crucial in that world. On that point alone, I cannot agree with you. I am already in my most perfect state. If I cannot succeed now, I won't be able to in the future either. Moreover, I read in Mother's research records that in your hands, an individual indeed once entered Nirvana space. You mean a Leaf Nemesis? Yes. Even if there was a chance, her overly stubborn will to resist made her miss it. What's more, she only merely touched that place and received a few special blessings. This is a completely different situation from what you need to do and what you need to become. The resistance you face is also definitely not something she can compare to. Helena, the child of the relics, is the only medium we currently possess that can reach her. You must devour these children to have any chance of success. Caldwell casually explained to Ataraxis. Ataraxis responded with a moment of deep thought. Then, she still just shook her head, seemingly facing her creator with immense guilt. Even those children of the relics, I don't want their thoughts to change my mind. Created by Mother, and carrying the commander, learning so much knowledge, achieved upon countless sacrifices. I can only live as me, and can only die as me. A strong self-awareness is indeed a necessary factor to survive in Nirvana. I will continue for this, but unfortunately, even the prokaryotic cells of Bujum cannot be fully accepted. If it's just contact and observation, even with your self-control, it might be fine. But if you get involved too deeply, the situation becomes unpredictable. If Mother is right, then my failure, is it of any use to you? Caldwell's busy movements finally paused. She still didn't look towards Ataraxis, but there is no doubt this question had begun to occupy her mind. Ataraxis gazed at the holographic projection before her, letting out a soft sigh. I know Mother has already started her next plan. So even if I fail, there will be children who can replace me. No. Mother? The cost of creating you is too high. If you fail, this plan can only be carried out one more time. At least based on the resources currently available, that's the case. Even if a subsequent complete Bujum is successfully created, it might not be more obedient than you. Then, will Mother choose to do it yourself? It's possible. After all, you have proven that a completely native neural cloud cannot completely unify its views on things with its creator. Or perhaps I will simply turn to the next research direction and temporarily seal this path. Relatively speaking, Your previous question is more interesting. My answer is, your failure will indeed have value, but that must be on the premise that I can get all the data and information. For this, I need one thing, and that is... Adaraxis listened silently as she said that thing. Without any hesitation, she brought 2 fingers together and pierced her own left eye. Ah! For the first time since her birth, a scream of agony escaped her throat. But she didn't stop her movements. She simply endured the pain and gripped the organ her fingertips had plucked out. Vermilion liquid overflowed from her eye sockets. She opened her palm, revealing a condensed star blue crystal. A long dragon's roar sounded from the high above. A giant shadow landed, and the giant dragon let out a low roar, seemingly conveying some kind of concerned emotion. I'm fine. Jojo, take this and give it to Mother. The excision of important conceptual components will require more time to recover. However, having your eye will indeed be of huge help in observing the results. Mother? Since your resolve is firm, I will not stop you anymore. At least for everything invested in nurturing you so far, you have paid an equivalent price. It seems you've grown quite sensibly in terms of character. You have always praised me, acknowledged me. Then, for this last time, could you reprimand me? My naive, self-righteous, and childish daughter. The biggest mistake humans can make is thinking that they already know too much. I must congratulate you, for at this moment, you have been reduced to a human. Caldwell let out a soft sigh and cut off the communication. Adaraxis raised her head. In the eye sockets she had hollowed out herself, new pupils had already formed, but their functions had not yet fully recovered. The figure of the flying dragon seen through the curtain of blood appeared somewhat blurry. She gently pressed her hand to the position of a human heart, feeling the unfamiliar yet familiar stinging pain transmitted from there. I see. I can indeed feel the pain originating from emotions. Is this what it feels like to be reduced to a human, Mother? She closed her eyes, letting the last drop of vermilion liquid slide from the corner of her eye to the ground. And after raising her head again from the shadows, not a trace of emotion or wavering remained. Adaraxis continued walking forward, destroying the doors, walls, and automated weapons blocking her path, and finally arrived at a destination. I need this wig, hold on. Hey Noble, how's it going? Without a doubt, this is a cage, imprisoning something that even Niders and Nidos consider dangerous. Behind the concrete doors, several meters thick, it was dead silent, but Adaraxis could feel the aura emitted by some existence that was no longer life, yet not a dead thing either. It was a crazy, chaotic smell that made living creatures nauseous, but also mixed with a trace of a signal that she could never misjudge. This is the place? As she pressed her hand on the door, waves of anti-vibration gushed out like a tide, gradually cutting and eroding the sturdy structure. In a few breaths, the heavy door had already cracked and collapsed in all directions under Adarasa's light push. She strolled into the pure darkness ahead, welcoming the malicious madness and hostility. Her regenerated eyes reflected a scene beyond human sight, clearly looking at someone curled up in a corner, bound by chains. Is it you? Mother's so-called most failed student. Was it you who stole Mother's results and opened Nirvana in Lviv? Ah, it's her. Yeah. Alright. Who is this? Wrapped in fireproof fabric whose original color was covered by bloodstains, the crawling figure raised its head. The voice carried the hiss of a viper, and also contained teasing malice. Come on, get a little closer. Let Big Sister see which family's doll has such a beautiful voice. Hurts. I am not a doll. Approaching the other part without hesitation, Adarasis almost immediately suffered some kind of attack. A sharp sound of piercing the air rose from behind her in the darkness, but she grabbed it backhandedly without turning her head, and immediately crushed the other party's shoulder with a stomp. A miserable groan came from under Adarasis' foot. She didn't step back, just ensuring that the damage she caused was clear enough. The action just now proves that Mother was right. Foolish. You are that beloved daughter, right? I remember you, little Ataraxis. It's little Ataraxis, right? When you were still in the culture tank, Big Sis was lying there watching you. Even in that form, I had my own consciousness, and I don't remember you. To actually tell to such a lie is really unpleasant. A second sound of hard matter shattering and collapsing came from beneath Adarasis' feet, as if some massive object was being crushed. That vague sound turned into a miserable wail, and the countless chains binding her almost made a noisy sound together. Be quiet. I will get you out. Did Professor Caldwell send you? I suspected she still wants it, right? The knowledge regarding that side? Even though I was threatened to getting it out, I did. Now even she should admit how amazing I am, right? Mother has no need for your power to open the relic. The one who needs it is me. Huh? What did you say? Say. Could it be? Chilovek. Because you're very annoying, I will only say this name once. I want you to assist me in opening the door to Nirvana. Freedom and your life will be the reward. You have 3 seconds to consider. Could it be that you betrayed them? Now I really want to see the teacher's expression. 1. No problem! I promise! Don't leave me here as a lab animal anymore. That man's a total pervert! Although I think I can be a bit hardcore sometimes. That's really too much! Just get me out of here! I'll work my heart out for you! The sticky cries for help and begging for mercy in the air lasted for a while until a flash of red light swept past. Immediately, all the chains made a crisp breaking sound almost simultaneously, and Chilovic's heavy body fell to the ground. Is this the taste of freedom? Little Ataraxis, thanks. But how did you get in? Did you really take out all the guards? This feels so good. Lead the way. I wonder where little Adarasis wants to be taken. Big Sis here is very confident in romance-related topics. Ah, just kidding. I know where you want to go. Let's start from over there. Adarasis did not detain her prisoner, because both of them knew very well that in front of her, any attempt to escape and any distance were meaningless. Judovic chattered on about her hardships, and to Adarasis this was another kind of prison built from useless information. But if this was a price to achieve the sole goal she was created for, she had gladly endured it. Lunacia, I'm coming. Please don't reject me. Let's have a good talk about the most beautiful ending for us, for everyone. Ah, yes, I want to destroy the world, like how everyone does. Oh man, that was a lot of talking. This is why you want to go to Nirvana, to fulfill Paradise's wish and also see Iliad. On the desolate wilderness, the fierce wind swept up dark clouds. The kicked up dust and sand beat against the portholes of the Elmo, seemingly foretelling the coming storm, along with the broadcast for my eyes.
速報です。30分前に PMC 武装法が正式に可決されました。これにより各州政府の軍民連携が強化され、浄化事業と汚染エリアの治安を脅かす武装勢力への有効打となるでしょう。
I expressionlessly pressed the switch, cutting off that high-sounding broadcast. Turning my head, I met Gross's eyes, which were filled with worry.
指揮官。
大丈夫だグローザ。アルファがニューベネツィアでの任務を終えた時点でこうなるのは予想がついていた。違うか？
A few days ago, Alpha left alone on the pretext of supporting AK-12's mission. After the mission ended, she didn't return, but sent a report instead. The report not only thoroughly reviewed everything that happened in New Venice, but also mentioned that she had gone to Neela's side for frame repairs. And AK-12, who escaped safely, perhaps she should be called Kalita now, stated that she still had unresolved matters and would not return to the Elmo for the time being. I picked up the tablet on the table again. The report is very much in Alpha's style. She sorted out all the events that happened in New Venice from the beginning according to the timeline. And specifically, marked the three most important and urgent things. First thing, combined with the ad just reported in the news, the financial conglomerate should indeed have grasped part of Heli's authority and also developed a more targeted virus based on this Pladinet. Alpha also specifically annotated that this word might come from the god-slaying Skord in Slavic mythology, and in today's electronic field, the existence of that financial conglomerate still cannot surpass this. The existence of that financial conglomerate still cannot surpass is
Dandelion.
Thinking this, I subconsciously called out that familiar name.
Dandelion, 何か情報はないか?
Silence. No one answered in the command room, only the communication screen emitted a sizzling static sound.
Dandelion, いないのか?
Still a completely unresponsive silence. Dandelion's reaction, combined with the report I just saw, gave me a slight bad premonition.
グローザ、ダンデライオンはいつもこうなのか?
Bitch, you're the one who talks to her the most. Shouldn't you know more than Groza?
通 診に出ないってこと？そうね。週に何回か。
そんなに？
ええ。今まではあなたが困ってる時だけなぜか奇跡的にいたけど、普段はメイリンだろうが私たちだろうがなかなか連絡がつかないのよ。友達の事務入会の手伝いをしてたって。
心配して損したな。ダンデライオンを困らせられるのは財団くらいだろう。
I temporarily put aside my worries about Dandelion and continued to look at the second point of attention on the report. Second point. The financial conglomerate holds some kind of machine that can attract Iliad on a large scale. In order to achieve the political goal of advancing the Armed Act, they personally directed this New Venice massacre. In this, the military, at least the army called the Leafcutter Army, played the role of an accomplice in the massacre. Thinking of this, the hand I used to pinch the edge of the tablet couldn't help but increase its force a bit. The after image of the city completely swallowed by artillery fire and smoke 10 years ago once again uncontrollably crashed into my mind. That suffocating smell of sulfur and the helpless cries for help in the raging fire seemed to linger in my ears.
指揮官、平気？
No, I am not okay.
ああ、ちょっと昔を思い出してな。
I placed the tablet down on the desk and entirely rubbed my temples, forcefully pulling myself out of my memories of the past. Thanks for the gift, Dylan. I don't think it's showing. Is it taking a minute? I guess it is. You heard the guy says he's fine. Let's see who got gifted real quick. Dustblight. Congratulations again. Because the third item mentioned in the report is, at this very moment, stored right here aboard the Elmo. Stop, boy. Accompanied by the soft click of the command room's hatch opening, Void Mestina walked in briskly.
全部済んだか？
はい。指示通り、こちらに繋がる痕跡をすべて抹消しました。メイリンが今、バラクーダノードの最終チェックを行っています。
そうか。お疲れ様。
Although Alva and Kaleda didn't completely prevent the tragedy from happening in New Venice, they forcefully snatched away the most important trophy from the conglomerate's layout. That is the key to prying into the Nirvana space, and also the core device that caused drastic changes in Lviv, the Pike node. This is exactly the third item in the report, and also the most substantial piece of intelligence for me at present. Alpha detailed in the report all the intelligence the Phi had grasped regarding the Pike node. I know very well just how important this thing is to the conglomerate, especially to the long lurking Paradise.
指揮官、こんなものをそばに置いて狙われたらどうするの？
Yeah.
リビウの時はバラクーダはロレンに回収された。そうだろ？
ええ、ハーベルの手によって。それってつまり。
I calmly shook my head.
ハーベルさんはそんなことしない。だがロレン政府は一枚岩じゃない。今回のニューベネツィアの件でもそれがよく現れている。
If it weren't for Alva's efforts in New Venice, I wouldn't have been able to discover the truth from public information. Like the Great Wall defenders neglected their duties and allowed Iliad to invade the new city, and Monkey Security elite troops turn the tide and rescue the people, nor would I have been able to connect the PMC Armed Firepower ad being promoted with the financial conglomerate's plan. Now, the ad has officially passed. This also means that the financial conglomerate can conduct military activities in the Yellow Zone without any hindrance. And those towns that broke free from financial conglomerate control not long ago will probably soon face a situation of an army at their gates. We have long been in the center of the vortex. Having an extra trump card in hand is always better than waiting to be slaughtered.
君の心配はわかる。今後私たちが立たされる苦境についてもだ。だが、アルバが知らせてくれたおかげで、それを迎える準備ができた。偵察隊はすでに出した。人形コミュニティとエルモ号でも準備が進んでる。モコシはとっくの昔から臨戦態勢だ。
どんな状況でも前向きなのね、あなたは。
You already know Mako's got fucked. So.
じゃあ、今は。
An urgent conflict notification interrupted Groza.
指揮官、ポートミカから緊急通信よ。
God damn it, Mika!
繋いでくれ。
指揮官、財団の連中がまた来たよ。
Is the conglomerate already attacking Mika Port?
話せ。
As soon as the communications connected, Zoe's anxious shouts came through. But immediately after, a commotion could be heard from the other end of the line.
Zoe! Zoe! 大丈夫か?
A moment of silence.
指揮官、変わりました。
リディアさん。
盗聴のリスクがある以上、本当はこうやって連絡をするべきではないのですが。
Zoe's roar seemed to come from the background noise, indicating that the channel she used would be monitored or something.
1時間前、マグニセキュリティと書かれた輸送車がポートミカに入りました。
Yeah, Mog Security were fast.
いきなりコネクションに侵入して、ポートミカとコネクションの占領を宣言しました。
Both Mika Port and Chain News have been taken over. Chain News? Chain News?
君たちはどこに？ゾーイは？
安全な場所にいます。詳細は教える必要はないかと。
Oh, shoot. I double tapped. The ad was just passed, yet the conglomerate had already taken action. It seems that Monk Security's stationing at Mika Port is not just an independent operation, but the very beginning of a series of premeditated counterattacks by the conglomerates. Although Mika Port overall possesses a certain amount of strength in terms of military might, going up against Monk Security is definitely like a mantis trying to stop a chariot.
リディアさん、今のポートミカの状況は君たちの手に負えない。タイミングを見計らってエルモ号が支援に行く。
支援？指揮官、ゾーイが勝手に連絡していなければ、そもそもこうやって話すつもりもありませんでした。相手の戦力は 1PMC に許されるものではありません。だからポートミカは無血解除を選んだのです。けれど連中の目的はポートミカにとどまりません。
To be fair, even in public they were always pretty big.
イエローエリアで彼らが一番標的にしそうな場所、心当たりはありますよね。ほとぼりが冷めるまでそちらとの連絡は控えます。ゾーイのデバイスも没収します。 こっちのことは何とかします。ではご分を。
ああ、今回の通信の価値は大きい。ゾーイにも感謝を伝えてくれ。何かあればいつでも頼ってほしい。
Hanging up the communication, I turned to Rosa.
財団がポートミカまで来たということは、そのうちモコシュに手を出してくるだろう。今すぐ向こうに連絡してくれ。バシルとの会合は今日に繰り上げる。
Alright, it hasn't happened today.
今日
By that I mean, the part where they get fucking shot by a Jupiter cannon. It should happen today. Rosa showed a bit of hesitation.
3時間前、バシルがモコシュの次の防衛計画と必要物資リストを送ってきたわ。本来ならあさっての会合でついでに物資を引き渡すはずだけど、今からだと物資が間に合わない。
持てるだけ持っていこう。今動かなければモコシュに入ることすらできなくなるかもしれない。
そうね。じゃあ現状をバシルと共有しておくわ。
Dylan, I'm gonna ban you.
さすがの判断ね、指揮官。
With a soft chuckle, OTS-14 quickly walks into the command room. Not long ago, in order to cope with the impending intensified battles, I had OTS-14 and Sextons form a brand new squad of third-generation dolls. Initially, OTS-14 was rather dissatisfied with being transferred from action duties to join a new squad. However, after conducting actual combat drills with the original squad members and Sextons respectively, and my promise that she could still rotate as adjutant with Groza, she still accepted this new captain job. At this moment, OTS-14 walked briskly in front of me and showed me the footage she had just scouted.
さっきセクスタンスと巡回に行って面白いものを見つけたわ。
You just read that part.
モコシュ。いや、その周辺の集落の近くにも大部隊の痕跡があったわ。部隊はマグニセキュリティの他に財団に雇われた他の PMC もいる。装備も以前より充実しているわ。セクスタンスが今も張り付いてるけど、ここからどうするかはあなたの判断よ。モコシュにとっては難しい戦いになりそうね。
OTS-14 showed a rare serious expression. Looking at her, I could roughly imagine how thorny things would be later. But to protect this precious spark, no matter how thorny it gets, I cannot back down.
なるほど、大体わかった。予断を許さない状況だが、弱音は聞きたくないんだろ。グローザ14、みんなを呼んでくれ。ブリーフィングだ。
Soon the captains of each squad assembled in the command room, and the squads out scouting were also on standby in the communication channel. Looking around the assembled dolls, I slowly spoke.
みんなも知っていると思うが、PMC 武装法が可決されてすぐ、財団はイエローエリアの集落を全面侵攻した。30分前、財団の部隊がポートミカを占領。この流れだとじきにモコシも攻められるだろう。
それだけじゃないわよ、指揮官。
Oh no, the music changed. A charming voice suddenly chimed in.
ローレライ、いつの間に。
へえ、歓迎してくれないんだ。モコシュに関わる以上、保安局の代表としてこの場にいるのは自然な流れだと思うけど。
Lorelei slowly revealed a smile.
数時間前、エージェントシュタージが監視しているホワイトエリアのビルで 激しい武力衝突と思われる動きが観測されたわ。
ダンデライオンか、やっぱり。
ええ、でもね、窓を突き破って落ちていった人影も目撃されたの。だから心配しなくていいわ。しばらくの間彼女と連絡がつかないかもしれないけど。
分かった、情報に感謝するよ、ローレライン。
Alright, now Commander knows about Dandelion escaping.
どういたしまして。じゃあよそ者はこれにて失礼。保安局の手助けが必要になったらいつでも声かけてちょうだい。私できる限りのことはするから。
I swear, she tries her very hardest to always sound horny. As her voice fell, Lorelai's figure disappeared from sight. But I was still digesting the stormy waves brought on by this intelligence. What is Astasi's intention in suddenly arresting Dandelion at a time like this? Although I have absolute confidence in Dandelion's abilities, does she need my help? And being far away in the yellow zone, how can I offer her any help?
各隊
All squads, attention! Holy fuck, I fell into the rhythm again. I pulled up the tactical sand table, looking around at the pairs of eyes.
モコ州防衛は現時点における最重要任務だ。
Yeah, order a chili burger.
グローザ14とセクスタンスは先鋒としてモコ州外周の敵を迎え撃ち、できる限り戦力を削ってくれ。グローザ14、物資輸送の護衛が終わったらエルモ号の余剰戦力の指揮を君に任せる。
Oh, yeah. Lorelai's always horny. 100%. But she tries her absolute best to be horny. Or sound horny.
了解。
Everyone must know.
安心して任せて、指揮官。
404とシャイアンはこの辺りの地形に明るいから私と共に潜入。モコ州に駐屯しているそよ風小隊と404、2番隊と合流して
Is this
モ
new
コ州を
track?
支援する。
指揮官。
バシルに戦闘指揮の経験はない。私が行かなきゃダメなんだ。
I don't remember this track in Ghost Frontline 1.
わかりました。指揮官は404が守ります。
粒子はフサリアの機動力を生かしクリフタウンを守りつつモコ氏の周辺で待機。
了解。クリフタウンの防御はすでに固めてあります。フサリアもいつでも動けます。
ウルリド、引き続き人形コミュニティを守ってくれ。君、
無論人形コミュニティは私たちの、そしてあなたの家だ、指揮官。
ああ、外部支援は以上だ。最後に一番大切な任務がある。
I turned to the long-waiting Groza and Springfield.
グローザとズッケロ小隊は総合部隊とともにエルモ号の防衛だ。メイリン、ヘレナ、メラニ、それから
I glanced at Voya Mestina.
バラクーダノードをボイマスティナと一緒に守ってくれ。
バラクーダノード、そんなものがエルモ号に？
どういうものか知っているの？
具体的には分かりませんが、確かリビウで事件を起こした元凶の一つですよね。
I am glad that they're making new music and not just recycling Ghost Runner 1 music, even though Ghost Runner 1 music is really good. I want to hear some new tracks. All the dolls looked at Void Mestina together, seeking verification of Springfield's statement.
ああ、
Yup. And the conversation ended just like that. Silence fell over the scene.
どうするのよこの空気。誰もがあなたたち反逆小隊のように好き勝手できていろいろ知られるわけじゃないのよ。
It's like my bad.
確かにリビウ事件の鍵を握るものだ。 原理はわからないが、今は一時的にエルモ号で保管するようこれだな。
The typewriter? Yeah. Wimistina's rarely pause while speaking.
いや、隊長のアルバが決めたことだ。我々にとって指揮官以上に信頼できる味方はいないからな。
また私に厄介事を押し付けて。
私たちですよ、来るかいさん。
バラクーダノードについてはあまり心配しないでくれ。エルモ号にバラクーダノードがあることはこれらの工夫もあって誰にも知られていない。戦争になっても私がエルモ号にいない
Alright, so how the fuck
エ
did
ルモ号が狙われる
Kaleda...
理由もない。
Oh yeah, the node isn't that big. Okay, yeah, I can see that happening.
だがボイマスティナとターミネーターは貴重な戦力だ。もしものことがあれば手を貸してもらうかもしれない。だからグローザ、スプリングフィールド、エルモ号を頼んだ。そして
Yeah, because the commander's doing shit in this
見
one.
つけさせるな。ダンデライオンはいつ連絡が取れるんだろうな。とにかく今は君たちしかいない。
はい、ズッケロの総力を挙げてやり遂げます。
Yeah, I decided to not read a dialogue anymore.
でも
自分の面倒くらい自分で見られるさ。
分かったわ。エルモ号は任せて。
Tomato sauce. Grossa frowned, but still seriously agreed to me. After confirming that Grossa had fully understood my request, I turned to Mei Ling.
メイリン、念のためだがホワイトさんのところに避難しないか。
Hey Mei Ling, do you not want to die?
実はつい最近連絡を取ってモコシのことについても話したんだ。君さえ良ければ。
嫌です。
No, fuck him! Mei Ling answered resolutely.
またそうやって私だけのけ者にするつもりですね。その手には乗りませんよ。私がいなくなったら誰が皆さんの素体とエルモ号を直すんですか。
君の安全を思ってのことじゃないか。私と人形のみんなは戦火の中を生きてきた。でも君は本当の戦争を知らない。
I closed my eyes. In an instant, countless burning scorched earth, shattered rubble, and ruins seemed to flash before my eyes again. The never-extinguishing smoke of gunpowder, the deafening roar of artillery, the intermittent crying, all that still deeply lingered in my mind, as if it were yesterday.
これは今までの財団との戦いとは全くの別物だ。そもそも今のモコシが耐えられるか。だからメイリー、考え直してくれないか。
Mei Ling shook her head resolutely.
何を言っても何度言っても嫌です。私だってエルモ号の一員です。みんなのそばにいてエルモ号、人形コミュニティ、モコシュ、そして指揮官の役に立ちたいんです。モコシュの人たちが守りたいもの、指揮官が守りたいものをこの目で見てきたんですから。何があっても最後まで残って戦います。
No, Furigo, I noticed it too. It might be because she's raising her pitch for this one. A firm light flashed in Mei Ling's eyes. I understood that at least for a very long time in the future, I would not be able to persuade her.
参ったよ。じゃあ私がいない間のエルモ号を頼んだぞ、チーフエンジニア。だが絶対に無茶するな。逃げられるときは逃げるんだ。いいな。
はい、指揮官も。
よし、配置は以上だ。各隊30分後に出撃。
了解。
Those left in a hurry. The figures in the command room dispersed, and the unobstructed wilderness outside the porthole appeared before my eyes again. The fierce wind was still howling, and increasingly heavy dark clouds piled up above the dome outside the Elmo. The storm is coming. No, for those who must reclaim the future from the vortex of war. The storm has already descended. Here comes a voiceless scene. This is where it's back to usual. The airlock door slid silently to the side, welcoming the identity-verified visitor. The elegant and beautiful third-generation doll gracefully stepped into the luxurious and spacious office with impeccable strides, only to run right into two disheveled-looking men. They were all executives except Fabian, yet at this moment they looked as if they were about to flee in panic. Oh my. Did your chat not go well, gentlemen? Well, this isn't something you should be asking about, a mere doll. Do not forget your place. Yes, I have overstepped. Cocoon stepped aside and bowed her head with perfect etiquette. Behind a huge desk made of ebony and carbon titanium fiber in the center of the office, a deep but highly penetrating voice sounded at the right time, like a long whip making the two keep quiet out of fear. Do you two still have time to complain about this kind of thing? If it weren't for her alertness and accepting your communication in time, you two would have caused major losses for Set Fabian, and even the entire Orlok financial conglomerate. I think you should harbor some gratitude. Yes, the chief is right to teach us a lesson. Miss Cocoon, thank you very much for your support. The third-generation doll humbly responded to the insincere pleasantries. Cocoon watched the two walk away, the flickering light and shadow in her eyes indicating that things would not end so simply. Then she turned her attention to the person monopolizing this huge office, prioritizing important work. Hey Eddie, how's it going? Your Excellency, those proposals related to Lullaby received from within Sect Fabian have been processed. There are 257 in total, but only 3 have reference value. Would you like to take a look? No need. At this point in time, any action we take will be seen by the other families. Lullaby has only achieved preliminary results, and there are still many subsequent steps that need to be ensured to progress smoothly. But in the eyes of the short-sighted, this is already the time that they can't wait to harvest. Zimmerman's gaze fell on the door opened by the 2 people he had driven away not long ago. They were short-sighted people he spoke of, who, under the guise of considering the interests of Set Fabian, couldn't wait to stretch out their greedy hands, eager to share the grace of victory. These people mistakenly thought the Lullaby was a short-term trick to hypnotize the dragon so they could steal the Golden Fleece. They completely failed to understand how much power they now hold in their hands, and how this power should be used. It seems that before taking the next step, we should first do some cleaning up within Orlok. I'm ready. Do you want them to disappear? Or persuade them? Plucking them out one by one will be endless. Keep a close watch first, then scatter some bait to gather them together before dealing with them. Yes. I didn't expect that compared to controlling the situation. You prioritize dealing with internal problems. The URNC is too massive to swallow in one bite, sadly. Orlog is just as bloated and corrupt. The seats of the 6 major families are not all given to those who deserve them. We must eliminate the possibility of incompetent people touching powerful weapons. The lifting of the PMC Firepower Control Act and the development rights for heavy weapons. With these 2 achievements, Orlog has gained countless benefits and occupied an advantageous seat within the URNC. If anyone is still unsatisfied, that's just personal insatiable greed. Unfortunately, even if you show such huge results, it won't stop the other families from getting restless. At the next meeting, they will unite and demand that Set Faven yield more power. How long can Directors and Dolls maintain activity? Facing Cocoon's hint, Zimmerman didn't show anxiety. At a slight ponder, he asked a seemingly completely unrelated question. Cocoon blinked, showing a look of surprise, but couldn't find a reason to refuse the answer either. If the Bujin pronucleus cells are stable and the frame can be maintained and updated on time, Mother believes that theoretically we can continue to be active for over 1,000 years. Humans don't have such long lifespans, so many people are anxious to achieve their goals before they die. True! 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, even I would have my own time limit. If we are to achieve our ideals, patience is a necessary virtue. I will remind them of this. Please note that hostile actions against you will become increasingly obvious. And within the URNC, especially State-Sect, investigations into you have not stopped. If you fall into a predicament, things won't go smoothly. It's fine. As long as you do your job well, they won't find opportunity. On this point, you can be completely assured. Almost. Cocoon really spoke with reservation, which caught Zimmerman's attention. Obviously, the Directors and Doll harbored some doubts in her heart at this moment. It seems you discovered something again. Yes, Your Excellency. In my communication with Helly and the retrieval of classified documents, I found a name. The true name of the AI I encountered not long ago on that commander's Elmo. Her name is Dandelion. In terms of electronic warfare, she is undoubtedly the strongest existence I have ever met. I think, compared to Helly, she is the greater threat. Are you saying that this AI hidden deeper than Helly is the one truly making decisions for the URNC? Her actual role within the URNC remains to be discovered. Considering she can appear remotely on the Elmo, I think she doesn't need to constantly bear the function of macro decision making like Helly does. It's just that if Dandelion starts to act, it's still possible to recapture Helly. I have already asked the research team to prepare countermeasures for this. In addition, Dandelion's existence also shows that the commander probably still maintains contact with many big shots within the URNC all along. Many of his actions also have the tacit approval of the URNC's higher-ups behind them. My mother also once said that you and the Frontline conglomerate both underestimate that person too much. Oh, she said that too? Then what is your view? He perhaps has some charm. Zimmerman noticed that Cocoon seemed to admit it very reluctantly and unwillingly. She's horny, she's trying to resist it. She placed her hand on her chest, calming her emotions with a human-like gesture. He is neither a chess player nor a chess piece, but someone who wants to subvert the game and overturn the chessboard. He is destined to be the rule breaker you hate the most. There have been quite a few mistakes in judgment of him so far. Then, it seems the military operations Manga Security is about to carry out will encounter unexpected resistance. Indeed, NAMFA, StateSat, and the Overseas Bureau 11, multiple departments have expressed strong stances. At least in public, the military is forbidden from entering the game, and the combat can only be completed by Manga Security and other PMCs. So, you're not optimistic about the military operations that Adjutant Lentine and Manga Security are about to launch? No matter how many times the tactical deduction is performed, I can't see any possibility of victory for that commander. But, if he is the hero of Frankfurt, who wants to destroy Paradise, perhaps there will be a turning point in the battle. Whether Manga Security loses or wins, the conglomerate will be the winner. As for that commander, if he really can win, we'll formulate countermeasures against him when the time comes. However, in my opinion, he has no chance. After all, it's not just Manga Security and a mere Lentine participating in the operation. Even if the military is not allowed to intervene, that woman always has a way. Alright. Since we already know that commander is also a favorite person, how about the background of the other friend we met in New Venice this time? Regarding the investigation of Counselor Medquin, he should be called Minister now. It went very smoothly. As you expected, being able to get promoted after the incident is not only because of merit, but also because this was a position intended for him from the start. Minister of the Purification Engineering Department? Exactly. There is a detailed explanation in this report. You will understand once you take a look. Cocoon handed the terminal over, and Zimmerman's gaze was quickly drawn to it. GG, we're getting glazed. The political achievements and merits of the person in front of him were too dazzling for a young UNC bureaucrat, and what was even more dazzling was not just his resume. He is that person's? Indeed, I have verified it. This is not a deliberately concealed secret, and it is not difficult to verify. Then we need to change our countermeasures and arrange an opportunity to meet him. I want to personally confirm the threat he can pose. Yes, Your Excellency. Ah, right. There's one more small matter. It might take up your time, but I think it's necessary for you to hear it. I trust your judgment. Go ahead and say it. Do you remember the former first leader of Makosh named George Gore and Carl Holtz? These two people? These two losers. The memories associated with them aren't very pleasant. Can't the UNC's prisons even hold trash like this? I received news that someone seems to have bailed them out and is very likely through Mead's network. Now, in order to protect themselves, they might say some things that are very detrimental to you and Fabian. Under the current situation, such people will emerge endlessly. Clean them up according to the plan. Zimmerman shrugged without a moment's hesitation. These two dweebs? His gaze remained on the materials related to Mead, showing not the slightest interest in those nobodies. As you wish, Mrs. Zimmerman. Lullaby has already sounded. Please give me a week to complete these preparations. A week? I imagine that over the course of this week, there will emerge quite a few moments worthy of being recorded in history. I hope the history of later generations can fairly evaluate everything we have done. By Green Zone standards, this room looks cramped and cluttered no matter how you look at it. The space of less than 10 square meters is piled high with open food, packaging, and all sorts of garbage. After cramming in 2 unkempt men with unshaven beards and days' worth of accumulated body odor, this place successfully transformed into a desperate prison cell, forcing them to huddle in their respective corners as far away from each other as possible. Hi, Carl. They should have changed your model so that you have a beard now. You actually would look cool. George is okay. The eyes they stared at each other were with bloodshot eyes. Signs of sleep deprivation and overly excited intense energy. Undoubtedly, this place would only increase their hostility and wariness towards each other. Is that Hero's room? What do you mean? But after being cut off from the outside world for a long time, they were each other's only conversation partners. And it was precisely because of this factor that Carl ultimately didn't stab George to death with a fork, and George also gave up the idea of hanging Carl with a shoelace. What about the person you know? The one who can take us to escape to the White Zone? Young master, are you too unfamiliar with the rules of this line of work? They will contact us after everything is arranged. Professionals, trustworthy. On the contrary, this safe house of yours, is the pocket money you rich dad gives you really this little? This was originally prepared for myself! It's all because of you that the supplies have been exhausted. You better prove your usefulness to me right now, otherwise I will definitely eliminate you. No wonder it's all children's snacks. As for our situation, blame me. Isn't it all because of that woman? She lost contact after calling us over. I think she must have been taken out. What about Lonnie? Can't he provide us with protection? He's busy rushing back to Manga Security to scramble for profits. The UNC looked at the Fireman Control Act, and that woman named Lentine has him making a huge splash. It's impossible for him to obediently listen to Agatha. I wonder if Agatha recruited him too. If it really is the worst case scenario we envision, I guess it'll be his first time dying. Mrs. Zimmerman absolutely won't tolerate a PMC threatening him. George gave a bitter smile. There wasn't much, I don't know that word, wasn't much schadenfreude in his tone. Rather, at this moment he only felt sympathy for his fellow sufferer. Even curled up in his safe house, cut off from external communication, he knew that the financial conglomerate was now rising for a second time like a midday sun, and had a deeper interest binding with the military through the development license for heavy armaments. The possibility Agatha once claimed of tripping up Zimmerman was now completely invisible. Speaking of Lentine, I heard Manga Security is going to make a move on Makosh. Do you have any thoughts? Nosing Carl's malicious teasing smile, George spread his, I was gonna say he spread his legs. You see, he spread his hands. Maybe that woman won't get her way so smoothly this time. The people of Bakosh are very familiar with war. They won't lose so easily. Before I was kicked out, I paid a large tribute to the financial conglomerate every year in exchange for a bunch of medieval weapons. I think those old employees won't be too disappointed even if I, the boss, am gone, right? You're actually this calm. Consider me offended. Rather than wasting emotions on old matters, it's better to plan for the future early. We only said some inconsequential things, which doesn't count as posing a threat to Mr. Zimmerman and the financial conglomerate. There is still room for maneuver and everything. As long as we can find some news he would be interested in, maybe we can survive. You mean switch camps again? What else could it be? To George's frankness, Carl didn't display the agitation and unease he had anticipated. Instead, he suddenly became very calm. This kind of emotion was very unfamiliar to George. The look Carl gave him actually contained a hidden pity. So, that woman told you nothing, and you still agreed to help her? Say what? The power behind her. Does she really have power behind her? Is she really a young lady from a big family in the White Zone? How is that possible? The kind of speech and behavior clearly doesn't come from the White Zone. Yeah, she's like me. She has a smell of being dug out from the dirt of the Yellow Zone. But since she's pretending so hard, it's not good to expose her. I mean, she really has her own backing? Calling it a backer isn't quite right, but she is indeed working for powerful people. Otherwise, why else would I listen to a lower class person? Carl cut off his words and glanced at George. No other meaning intended. I keep a record of others' offenses in my notebook. You continue. Who was a backer? A destined big shot. He himself is not a high-ranking official, but he is highly regarded by many bigwigs. Anyway, I don't plan to go back to the financial conglomerate. Seth Fabin has been very smooth recently, but I also feel the other families won't just watch Uncle Zimmerman and the recently risen Seth Fabin occupy the leadership position. The interior of the financial conglomerate is not that stable. So, this time, I plan to follow the winning side. Not to mention, he also did me a favor. Agatha is a little confusing. Right now, she's AK-12. I'll put it that way. Carl's decisiveness made George raise his eyebrows. Although he didn't have a good impression of this young man, compared to himself, who had been struggling in the Yellow Zone, his views on the internal affairs of the financial conglomerate and the European Sea would undoubtedly be more accurate. Overthinking triggered hunger signals in his stomach. George casually picked up a pack of snacks from the ground and tore open packaging. Wait a goddamn minute! That's the last pack of mint egg rolls! It's mine! Yeah, but in your Uncle George's hands now. Hey, put the gun down! No, who doesn't have one? Just a pack of egg rolls. Are you a kid? Put the gun down! Taut nerves and days of pressure forced into a tense standoff, even forgetting to lower their voices. For a pack of snacks they would usually disdain, the two were now facing off with guns, and it took immense willpower to restrain the urge to shoot each other. And just before everything got out of hand, there was a knock on the door of the safe house. It's a signal they agreed upon. The two glared at each other, quickly putting away their weapons, and opened the door. Finally waited for you guys to come. How are the arrangements? No way. Your names are already all over the streets. Everyone knows someone's paying top dollar for your lives. We ain't got a car for you to flee in now. Hearing the disappointing news, Carl's hands didn't leave the gun stock on his waist for a moment, and George didn't stop him. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, he glanced at the number of subordinates the other party had brought, and then asked his next question. Are we still okay? We don't want to deal with the financial conglomerate, so we'll pass on making this money. However, we won't refund the money you gave either. You're on your own. Take care. That won't do! Since you took the money, you have to fulfill the contract! Without waiting for George to speak, Carl, who seemed to have suffered a lot these past few days, raised his gun and pointed at the leading gangster. Yeah, NPC guy gets around. Now he's a gang lord. Damn. For a moment, George wanted to cover his face, but he stood between the two, trying to calm the impending conflict. Alright, we don't need it. His actions was ultimately half a beat too late. The gang leader sneered, and instantly several guns appeared behind him, aimed at George's head. It seems that even if we don't want to earn, someone will force us to earn. Joke. If you don't want to make money, can't you sell the opportunity to make more money? He's not wrong about that. How about it? What if we add a little extra from our savings, and you finish the job anyway? If it can't be done, it can't be done, since you already have options. Before the gangsters could finish the sentence, a blossom of blood abruptly bloomed on his temple. George desperately throws down his gun, turns around, and pulls Carl down, conveniently using him as a shield over himself. The sound of crossfire rings out for only a few seconds before the gang members standing at the door completely fall. In George's ears, he hears a familiar sound, the heavy mechanized footsteps of a tactical doll. A chill envelops his body as he looks at Carl, only to find the latter struggling to crawl towards the window and jumping out. George has no other choice. They almost break their feet from the fall, but still manage to muster the strength to run for their lives. However, George catches a glimpse of the murderer who killed the gang members. Those were exactly the security management dolls in a satellite city. Obviously, they all had unsealed lethal firepower, and didn't care about casualties in the process. It seems Mrs. Zimmerman is indeed a bit anxious this time. Stop talking nonsense! Quickly think about what to do next! On the other side of Satellite City, I have another safe house. Do you have a way to get to the car? Well, let's go with Plan B. When do we have a Plan B? Just now. An off-road vehicle knocked away a trash can by the roadside, drifting to a stop in front of them with deep ruts. The door opened directly, and a fierce-looking young man leaned out and looked at them. Get in. The off-road vehicle sped away rapidly, shaking off the pursuing police cars, and undoubtedly leaving behind countless violation records. Pavel displayed rough but effective driving skills, savagely crashing through a series of obstacles along the way. The two who didn't have time to fasten their seatbelts were tossed around like they were in a blender, even bumping their foreheads against each other and getting concussions. Damn it! Driving like this, you'll kill someone! You're not dead, are you? What are you here for? To save you. Didn't you know this? What? Carl covers his bleeding nose and looks at George in dismay. Both of them have only met Pavel once, and never imagined he would take such a big risk for them. It's not that we don't know how to be grateful, but since when did our relationship progress to this point? I'm only following her arrangements. If you have any questions, talk to her. After speaking, Pavel presses the dashboard, and a projection failure to both of them appears before their eyes. Compared to last time they met, although she still appeared confident this time, one can see through the sense of brokenness and unease beneath her bravado. Agatha clenched her fist and shouted at them somewhat uncontrollably and aggressively. "A symbol! That's great. So you're all still alive. We almost died. We've been this all the time. An important undercover mission. But to be honest, even I felt like I almost couldn't hold on. Do you know how I've been these past few days? Forget it. Anyways, I'm back. Don't worry. Everything is within calculations." "Calculations my ass! We didn't even say anything. So why are we targeted?" "Yeah, why?" "Because the conglomerate has already infiltrated the decision-making core of the URNC and controls all of our actions, which naturally includes your testimony framing Zimmerman for all the bad things you've done." "What?" "Wow. Now someone really is dead meat." "Don't worry. This is actually an opportunity for us. The people capable of testifying against Zimmerman and the Foreman are already decreasing. The price for your heads will naturally go up accordingly. Reinforcements will soon go to meet up with you. But before that, can you answer me? Who has heard of Lullaby?" How not even Agatha's part of the rejects now? Because you got totally fucked up. You got a lot of side stories, by the way. Like a lot of them. A whole lot. Yeah. He basically did. He wants to get rid of all the dead weight and liabilities. In order to avoid being detected by the enemy's radar, I had made Ling keep the Elmo's engine silent, hiding in a remote location. Wait, how do you keep the Elmo's engine silent? I mean, I guess she's not moving, maybe. Hiding in a remote location about a dozen kilometers away from LocalCache, and together with a previously arranged entourage, took a lighter and more concealed jeep to LocalCache. As the distance closes, the suffocating smell of machine oil and gunpowder smoke gradually fills the air. Through the tactical binoculars, the full tragic picture of LocalCache's perimeter ruthlessly crashes into view. Monkey security is absolutely not engaging in a simple display of forceful deterrence. They are weaving an airtight net of slaughter with heavy troops. Outside LocalCache, Monkey Security's signature gray-blue coating looks like an iron curtain swallowing the horizon, stretching all the way to the edge of the field of vision. Organized heavy chariots and fully armed mobile mechs stand shoulder to shoulder, building a suffocating wall of size. The firepower of this equipment has already far exceeded PMC specifications, and some are even practically identical to those used by the regular army. In the gaps of the armor clusters, large numbers of heavy infantry were equipped with excellent individual combat weapons in squads, and in the far rear, the continuous self-propelled artillery positions had already locked onto LocalCache's dome. Long-range artillery fire, infantry tank coordination, aerial suppression by drone swarms, layered defenses relying on each other. This encirclement net attempted to eliminate any possibility of living creatures forcing their way in or breaking out. Fortunately, Monkey Security's encirclement was not yet complete. The interior of LocalCache remained intact, with only a few spots in the outer building complexes beyond the dome occupied by Monkey Security. We abandoned all conventional routes. Under Xinyan's reconnaissance, We exploited the gaps in the enemy's incomplete encirclement. Utilizing the maintenance routes in the water facilities provided by Vasily, we eventually slipped through the enemy's blockade without incident and successfully infiltrated Makosh.
ここ前来た時と様子が違いますね。
ええ、完全に臨戦態勢よ。
Too much main character energy? Yeah, Vasily's pretty cool. I like him a lot. Following Kai's gaze, the once bustling main road had now been forcibly cut off by an intersecting array of metal. Why is these words? Metal chevaux, the Frez sandbags, and anti-vehicle fortifications. The doors and windows of the shops facing the streets were tightly closed. Almost around every other building, supplies for combat and materials for building temporary fortifications were deployed. At the end of the line of sight, a large number of Makosh residents were carrying heavy luggage, silently and orderly evacuating to the underground defense facilities under the guidance of the Oath Guards. There was no hysterical crying or chaotic pushing. People's luggage was not only stuffed with their only daily necessities, but also stacked with various ammunition and first aid supplies provided to the front line.
防御施設の中には十分な物資があります。3区の皆さんは急いで中へ避難を。
You can say it like that. I don't want to!
衛兵隊への偽装物資は入り口に置いていただければ結構です。ありがとうございます。大丈夫。バシルさんと私たちが皆さんを守ってみせますから。
You're gonna die, aren't you?
ねえ、パパ。どうして地下に行くの？
そうだな。今外は危ないからな。
危ない？池袋？
Not my streamer.
衛兵隊のおじさんが守ってくれるの？
ああ、おじさんたちが守ってくれるし、パパもお前とママを守るよ。
あなた、これ本当に大丈夫なの？
They could just say fortification. Just saying. This is a localized English.
当たり前じゃないか。モコシの防御施設は丈夫だ。
Why the fuck is localization being all fancy and shit?
お前たちが中に入ったら衛兵隊に志願する。
It's Zoids. It's not a Zoid.
でもこれは戦争なのよ。
俺たちもバシルさんもこの町で生まれ育ったんだ。バシルさんはイエローエリアでも夢を見ることができると教えてくれた。どうせ俺たちが生きていける場所なんて限られてるんだ。だったらこの町と運命を共にする。
This guy's talking a lot, like he's the main character.
それにお腹の中には2人目が。子供たちの未来を財団なんかに渡してたまるか。
分かっているのなら約束して。絶対に帰ってきて。
Fancy.
家のことは任せて。あなたは町を守って。
Right, W Dad. After settling his wife and daughter, the man resolutely walked towards the Oath Guard's recruitment office, and there were many others like him, just at the entrance of this defense facility in front of us. There were already dozens of civilians willing to join the fight.
モコシの人間、思ったより強いわね。
ここを離れたところで行ける場所はありませんからね。だから士気が高いんです。
衛兵隊の方もすごいテンションだね。
I gotta say, an army called Oath Guards is really badass. I want to join that just for the name alone. Like, army called an Oath Guard. Like, fuck, man.
敵はかなりの戦力を揃えてきたらしい。今度ばかりは守りきれるのか。
いけますって。 このためにあれだけ苦労して訓練してきたじゃないですか。初めての実戦で手柄を立てられるか、むしろうずうずしてますよ。
手柄たまたのんきだな。うちの班が生き残れたら、そうだな、全員おごってやる。
Hero Oath Guard. Nah, I'm good.
マジっすか？いつもケチケチしてるのに出すときはやっぱ出すんですね。それにバシルさんとボルフガング隊長がそれぞれ防衛線の構築と装備訓練を指揮してたらしいじゃないですか。あんだけ訓練したんですから勝てますって。
若いの、実戦ってのはそんな単純なもんじゃない。特に戦車やらの機構戦力ときたら。いや、
Is that the same dad Springfield left through? Probably not. They should be in the green zone. Or white. Was it green zone or white zone? I want to say it was white zone. Yeah, they should be in the white zone.
その気持ちを忘れるなよ。それが俺たちの勝機になるかもしれんからな。
もちろんですって。班長に恥かかせませんよ。
わーっとわーった。早く装備のチェックしてこい。
The older Oath Guard punched the young men, but when the two threw themselves into training again, their expressions were completely different. Watching this scene, I couldn't help bring myself to criticize the veteran's worries, because he knew the cruelty of war better than anyone, and the young man's blind optimism at this very moment was also an indispensable spark to support morale. The threat of war was like an invisible boulder pressing on everyone's shoulders. But the trust in this city and the hope for the future also became an important spiritual support for everyone before this war.
バシル、この重圧に耐えられるといいが。
Watching the soldiers train seriously, I quickened my pace and called Vasili's number. But only a busy tone came from the communication channel. I turned to call the command center's number, but still no one answered. What's going on? The unease in my heart is gradually intensifying. Alright, new face. You know, you can clean it up some. Right then, a familiar figure appeared in sight.
ボルフガング。
Hey, Wolfgar. Okay, I remember you. Yeah. Alright. They gave you a face so you can die with it? Or maybe they give you a face so that we know you'll live. I quickly called out to the Oath Guard captain in the distance, who was also walking hurriedly with a group of soldiers following behind him.
指揮官、どうしてここに？
ちょっと予定を前倒しに。あれ？バシルから聞いてないのか？こっちも連絡がつかなくて困ってるんだ。
Wolfgar leaned close to me and lowered his voice.
30分前に司令部に刺客が入った。
刺客？バシルは？
大丈夫。命に別状はない。お前の人形がいたおかげで致命傷は避けられた。
Oh, so Lorelei saved them.
この情報が漏れないよう外部との連絡網を絶っていたんだ。
Hearing Wolfgar's explanation, I breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although I could guess that with the financial conglomerate's methods, it would definitely secretly plant special personnel in LocalCache, I didn't expect their actions to be so fast and their strikes so ruthless. Moreover, under the protection of the Oath Guards, LocalCache's defenses were at least considered tight, yet they were still able to directly pose a threat to the city's supreme leader. Presumably, in order to seize such a strategic stronghold of LocalCache, the conglomerate and manga security will definitely become more unscrupulous moving forward. He has a voice extra survivable. Yeah. So Vasily almost got assassinated, and Lorelei saved him. And so they cut off communication to keep him safe. Under Wolfgar's guidance, we quickly arrived at a command center. At this time, the heads of all departments in Makosh were gathered here, discussing something around the hospital bed. And on that hospital bed was Vasily, looking somewhat pale. His shoulder was wrapped in bandages, but his spirit seemed good. He was holding a tablet and saying something into... Oh, it was Jowie who saved him?
Vasily!
I strode over. Seeing me, Vasily showed a face full of joy. If he wasn't being held down in a hospital bed by the nurse, he would probably have stood up immediately and given me a strong hug.
指揮官、来てくれたのか。
それより怪我は？
長期が死角に気づいたおかげで弾丸がかすっただけで済んだ。この前と比べればどうってことない。
He just wants to bro hug him so bad.
私のことはいい。これを見てくれ。
Vasily raised the tablet and showed me the image on the screen. It was a spacious and bright computer room. Several large servers were placed in the center of the room. By the wall at the back of the room, dozens of brand new doll frames could be vaguely seen, as well as corresponding maintenance rooms.
どうだ、君に言われて作った地下の人形基地。いい出来だろう。
I do like the idea of actually having a doll base.
メンタル転送とバックアップ機能もメイリンさんの確認済みだ。スペアの素体もしばらくは持つだろ
う。よかった。これで作戦中の人形の消耗を気にしなくてもよくなる。ありがとう、バシル。
We now have a backup station. We have an actual doll factory to build frames now.
水臭いぞ。エンジニアの私にできるのはせいぜいこれくらいだ。君こそ猛虎種全体に感謝されるべきだ。
Signaling the nurse to leave, Vasily puts away his smile and his expression became serious, and also the music changed to be something more cool.
そういえば、さっき君が送ってきたブリーフィングを読んだのだが、覚悟していたつもりだが、いざ本当に戦いを前にすると、やっぱり緊張する。
わかるぞ、その気持ち。そういうものだ。私はそのために来た。モコシュ単独だときついが、エルモ号の戦力が加われば戦術次第ではうまく立ち回れる。
本当か？モコシュに勝ち目があるのか？外を巡回してた時に遭遇した人形部隊と機構戦力には手も足も出なかったんだよ。装備が違いすぎる。ありゃもう質がどうこうというより、そもそも世代からして違う。
ああ、それは確かにある。私の人形たちは同程度の装備を保有しているとはいえ、人数は向こうが上だ。だがモコシュの勝利条件は何も相手を殲滅することじゃない。
That's basically the go signal for to start seeing some dead dolls.
相手が部隊としての機能が停止するくらい戦力を削ればいい。財団がモコシュを攻める理由は2つ。財団のものだった生産ラインを取り戻すことと、モコシュを見せしめにして他地域の反乱を未然に防ぐこと。
Using Makosh as an example to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, eliminating the possibility of other territories rebelling again. Yeah, because Makosh is basically the heart of the so-called independence for the Yellow Zones.
ところで、バシルを狙いに来た刺客の身元は？
割れてる。財団だ。
思った通り。バシル、君のおかげでモコシュの一体感は凄まじい。今日ここに来て間もない私ですら感じたんだ。敵も同じだろう。だから君を暗殺するのが一番手っ取り早くコストもかからない。 つまり財団は損耗を恐れているんだ。そして今お互いが全兵力を挙げた泥沼の持久戦しか選択肢がない。
I once again brought up the tactical deployment plan that had been discussed countless times before. Although the enemy's heavy firepower exceeded expectations, it was still within the range that the original plan could handle, which also meant that Mikosh's original home field advantage still existed. Once the enemy's proud, heavily armed cluster fell into the urban ruins, not only could they not utilize their absolute firepower suppression, but their massive size would instead become a burden for the infantry advance, even turning them into sitting ducks. Yep, they did our commander did something similar in Polarizing Light, so he knows very much about that. And brutal urban street fighting is exactly the quagmire the enemy desperately wants to avoid. Mikoshi's spatial structure can be called a natural three-dimensional fortress. The building complexes outside the dome, the core living areas, commercial and factory facilities inside the dome, combined with the long-standing intricate underground water pipe network, interweave into a bottomless defense net. Any area can be broken down into parts at any time, becoming an independent fortress that cuts off enemy forces, and is easy to defend but hard to attack. To completely capture Mikosh, the enemy will inevitably have to suffer incalculable battle damage and spend a long time.
そうだな。猛虎種で下手に損失を出したら割に合わない。
ああ、だから持久戦に持ち込む必要がある。少なくとも相手にそう思わせなければならない。
As the analysis of the battle situation deepened, the solemn atmosphere in the conference room finally loosened. The gloom that had gathered between the brows of Mikoshi's leaders at all levels due to the loss of the outer defense line also gradually dissipated. I also struck while the iron was hot and set the main goal of this operation, using each Doll Squad as the main force to consume the conglomerate's effective strength on the outskirts of Mikosh as much as possible. When the conglomerate finds that the losses far exceed expectations, this battle will have a chance of victory.
確かに思ったより勝ち目はありそうだ。相手の許容範囲を超えた損失を与えられればおのずと撤退する。
そういうことだ。エルモ号の戦力とモコシがこれまで築き上げてきた防衛線があればマグニセキュリティと戦える。あとは衛兵隊の補助と血のりを生かせば守りきれる。
My gaze slowly swept over the electronic terminal at hand. It was the material reserve list submitted by Vosley. Under the precautions, Mikosh had already hoarded enough supplies and ammunition to support 3 months of high-intensity combat, and had built mutually supporting closed-in defense fire networks, both inside and out. In this cruel war of attrition, this set of detailed data is undoubtedly the strongest trump card in our hands.
物資と防衛線がしっかりしているから人形も戦闘に集中できる。君のおかげだ。あとはモコシュ住民の安全だが、町が被害に遭うのは避けられない。すぐに避難誘導を。
とっくに始めてるよ。哨戒部隊との連絡が取れなくなった時から町外周の避難を始めた。それに大半の住民は元から地下に暮らしているからな。ちょっと前に使われてない地下水道を避難所に改造したんだ。今日中に最後の3エリア分の避難が完了できそうだ。
さすが。これで公庫の憂いはなくなった。
こっちのセリフだ。君が公庫の憂いを断ってくれたんだ。
Hey, Vosley, slow down a bit. He's like, man, Commander, with you here, I ain't got shit to worry about. We got this. As we were talking, Wolfguard approached and gave Vosley a wink. Why a wink? As if receiving some signal. Vasili's expression suddenly became serious. Okay, it's a signal that things are fucked up.
指揮官、知っての通り、私はこうして一応モコシの指導者をやっているが、元はただのエンジニアだ。戦闘指揮の経験なんかない。昔、ジョージと争ってた時は失敗ばかりだった。君がいたから、モコシは戦い方を覚えたんだ。だから、モコシの指導者として頼みがある。
Please lead us. Vasily looked at me and took a deep breath.
指揮官、モコシ衛兵隊の指揮を取ってほしい。
Please, lead a human army.
バシル。ボルフガングと話し合った結論なんだ。受け入れてくれ。
ああ。衛兵隊の隊長は俺だし、十分経験もあるが、全体の指揮となると話は別だ。俺だけじゃない。衛兵隊やモコシ人の誰に聞いても同じ結論に至るだろう。
指揮官、君の過去の功績は君の人形たちから聞いている。君の戦いぶりもこの目で見てきた。だから信じてくれ。こうすることが一番責任ある選択なんだ。
Hey, we're basically living in the Frankfurt timeline where the commander fights the military as a mercenary. Vasily held my hand.
モコシ人は誰もが明日を願っている。そのためには何だってする。基地を建て、武器と物資を用意し、軍隊を作った。でもそれだけじゃ足りないことはお互い分かっているはずだ。だから頼む。最高司令官として一緒に戦ってくれ。
Please, please don't say no.
共にモコシの未来を守ってくれ。
そこまで言われたら断るわけにはいかないな。
I squeezed Vasily's hand in return.
分かった。やるよ、バシル。モコシと共にいる盟友として、指揮を任された者として、みんなと一緒にこの町の未来を守り抜く。
そうと決まれば作戦会議だ。まだまだやることがたくさん。
Speaking of, before Vasily finished speaking, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Makoshi's air defense early warning radar network constantly sounded alarms. Missiles and artillery directly attacked Makoshi's dome without any prior notice. The fire control system immediately locked onto the flight trajectory of the missiles and launched interceptor missiles, shattering the missiles in the air. But as the enemy's firepower coverage became increasingly powerful, the interception system soon reached the limit of its defense, and Makoshi's dome defense force field was also activated immediately. How nice for Mongi to wait for the commander and Vasily to stop talking before they attack. Vasily brought up the battlefield surveillance. It wasn't just Makoshi's dome under attack. A dense array of drones hovered in the sky at the entrance of Makosh, seemingly wanting to form an impressive momentum with interwoven firelight.
どうやら財団は思ったより焦っているようだ。なら、モコシの覚悟を見せてやろうじゃないか。各隊、戦闘準備。
Where's the babe? There you are. Alright, she's considered ice. That's one. Thanks, boy. "30 minutes ago, in the Monkey Security Command Room, Lin made a preliminary tactical plan based on the Makosh intelligence currently grasped, mobilizing massive firepower to attack the enemy's defense systems, destroying Makosh's military targets as quickly as possible, and forcing the current high command of Makosh to surrender. Of course, all these plans are based on accurate intelligence. Out of consideration that the enemy might be already prepared for defense, the first wave of the assault team is composed of T-Doll squads.
今回の作戦に参加する人形の準備が全て整いました。いつでも行けます。
Why is their adjutant so hot?
全火力を目視の防空戦力に集中しろ。第1波はドローンとミサイルの攻撃が始まり次第行動開始。最短時間で敵防衛網を突破しろ。市街地に入ったら速やかに目視の指導者を捕獲。市街戦ではこちらが不利だ。
了解。すでに先遣隊を目標地点に向かわせてあります。捜索も開始しています。敵軍の対処を補足次第ご報告します。
俺が前線に行きましょうか、副司令。
Oh, she's commander in chief now. Okay.
いや、まだお前の出る幕じゃない。それよりこの町おかしいと思わないか？
そうですね。住民は何かしらの訓練を受けていたんでしょう。こちらが攻撃する前に避難が完了しています。
そうじゃない。こちらの戦力規模は素人でも見りゃわかる。だが住民の多くも今捕虜となった兵士たちも逃げなかった。奴らはバシルとあいつを心底信頼している。
They really believe in Vasily, and they also really believe in that person. Ugh, that person.
確かに。だから上は直接バシルを弾こうとしたんですね。
降伏の意志が微塵もないなら目視を取る代償は大きい。先遣隊は手痛い反撃を食らうだろう。お前とカラミティ隊はその次の段階まで温存したい。第1波はイグラ率いる人形隊とドローンに任せよう。
So she's gonna send out Igla.
あれ、人形は信用していないのでは？
使うかどうかはまた別だ。そもそも人形は消耗品だからな。この戦いは手柄を立てるチャンスだ。だが死んでしまえば上に登るもクソもない。
あなたはずっとそうやって我々のことを考えてきてくださった。
約束したはずだ。私についてきた連中には尊厳のある暮らしを送らせるとな。第3世代人形のお手並み拝見といこうじゃないか。
今回は複雑な立ち回りが求められる。よってイグラのメンタルはリセットしていない。
準備はしておけ。防衛線を突破してからが本番だ。あいつを捕まえて。
俺が必ず捕まえます。
そう簡単にはいくまい。絶対に無理な攻撃は仕掛けるな。見つけたら座標と情報を私に送れ。私がこの手で型をつける。
That's personal. Should I catch the commander? I'll kill him myself.
わかりました。
As for the commander Linting mentioned, Kenny was also very clear about that person's resume. Not to mention that Monkey Security has suffered losses at his hands more than once. Therefore, Kenny had no complaints about Linting's orders, only silently executing them. Before leaving, Linting's communication device rang again, and a female voice came from the other end of the communicator. Oh, hey Angeli.
あなたほどの人間がなぜ従軍経験がないのか少し納得しました。何事にもそうなる理由があるというものですね。あなたの戦術のように。
ご指摘はいつでもお受けします、准将。ご指導を賜れるのなら光栄でございます。
経験しないとわからないこともあります。今回は自由に動いてください、レンティーヌさん。シンプルな戦術でも 机上の空論には勝ります。
お言葉ですが、可能なら軍にも攻撃に協力してほしいのです。
あなたの報告によれば、マグニセキュリティの力はモコシュをはるかに凌駕しています。なのに再三協力を要請している。どうやらあなたのモコシュに対する評価は違うようですね。
So they're saying that Monkey Security already has like way better firepower and manpower than Makosh, but Lentine is still asking for reinforcements.
敵への敬意とでも言いましょう。
これはあなたの戦いです。サポートは可能な限りしましょう。作戦計画に要注意対象が1人いますね。
はい。モコシュの指導者とは別の敵対勢力がいます。偵察の結果、トマトキングと名乗るこの対象がロレンが追っている指名手配犯と同一人物である可能性が高いと思われます。
Oh my god, I keep forgetting that they gave him this name.
その線で調べたらいくつかの拠点が見つかりました。
その対象のことよく。
あ、いや、モコシュの指導者が最近変わりまして、彼は自治やイエローエリアの繁栄などの反乱を匂わせるスローガンを掲げています。おそらく指名手配犯の傀儡となったのでしょう。それによりモコシュの秩序が乱されたのです。正面からゴリ押しして占領し、焼け野原となった町を再建するよりも、頭を叩いた方が被害は最小限に抑えられ、占領後の秩序維持も簡単になるでしょう。
説明は結構。これはあなたの戦争だと申し上げたはずです。好きにしてください。
は。
指揮官。
So Angie's like, yeah, I got you.
第一波を潰したよ。
And Lentine's only reason is that the commander's there and he's gonna do some bullshit. Oh, wait. In the command center, Vasily and I remotely monitor the battlefield situation outside the city. With the cooperation of Monsoon and Squad 404, the drones attacking Makosh were quickly defeated one after another. But the enemy did not stop their actions, and the second batch of drones quickly filled in.
うわあ、もう無限湧きするじゃんか。ミスティ、ドローンを一機でも通したら承知しないわよ。わかったよ。でもなんかドローンの動きがちょっと厄介になってない？
Mechty increases their firepower under Fukai's urging, but after detecting Mechty's approximate attack range, the drones do not approach directly. Instead, they scatter and hover not far away, then notify the entire battlefield with an extremely loud sound.
モコシュの全員に次ぐ。抵抗を諦め、投降しろ。繰り返す。直ちに抵抗を諦め、投降しろ。
Facing the enemy's negotiation, I signaled the squads to temporarily stop their attacks. Vasily then connected to the battlefield broadcast, broadcasting the voice belonging to Makosh to the enemy.
私はモコシの責任者だ。お前たちはモコシの主権を著しく脅かしている。そちらこそすぐに撤退し、こちらが被った被害への賠償をするべきだ。
話はお前たちがそのモコシュの主権を明け渡してからだ。
はっ、モコシのことを何も知らないよそ者がいきなり支配者になるつもりか。バックは誰だ？やっぱり財団か？
モコシュがロレンの重要指名手配犯と関わりを持っているのは知っている。これはロレンへの反逆とみなすには十分な根拠だ。無血解除か蹂躙された後に調査に協力するか選べ。
その上から目線の物言い、やっぱり財団だな。こっちからすれば選択になってないな。 どちらにせよ目視を渡せということだ。住民の声は聞いたのか？
Oh, is that not up the entire time?
今目視にかけられた容疑は犯罪者の増
There we go.
政権転覆だ。いずれも住民とは関係ない。
Wait, that's not the right one.
成功したところで無駄な犠牲が増えるだけだ。目視の暮らしは財団の統治下でしか成り立たない。
Oh, okay, so the one I normally use is not on right now. So, just so I don't have to stop, I'll use my backup. That's making because his uniform is red? No. Not. That doesn't matter at all.
財団の統治下でしか成り立たない。セシュト&ファルベングループがモコシュに何をしてきたか分かっているのか？
お前たちの内部事情など知ったことではない。モコシュは財団の領土。肝心なのはそれだけだ。もう一度言う。直ちに投降し、かくまっている指名手配犯を引き渡す。
Yeah, Dylan, in more ways than one.
強行手段に出る。
これ以上話す必要はないようだ。
Vasily nods to me, a firm light shining in his eyes.
お前たちのような客人は歓迎しない。
As the drones hovering in the air are shot down one by one, the sound emitted by the drones is completely annihilated.
これがモコシュの答えだ。
20 minutes later, inside a command center, several bright searchlights illuminate the center of the room. Many people crowded outside the lights. Among these people were Makosh oath guards, government staffs, and technical backbones. They look at me, and also at Vasily standing shoulder to shoulder with me. In front of us, the camera lens used to broadcast the entire city of Makosh was flashing.
モコシのみんな。
Now you could keep.
この町がまだ小さな集落だった頃、母と豊穣の意味を込めてモコシと名付けた。そして一人一人の尽力のおかげでモコシはその名に恥じない栄華を迎えることができた。だが今、私たちから自分の手で築き上げたものを取り上げようとする奴らがいる。財団がこの町を狙っている。今も町の外で隊列を組み、虎視眈々と私たちの未来を奪おうとしている。財団の戦力は衛兵隊の懸命な偵察で判明した。正直に言って強い。だがこれで諦める私たちなのか？
As I remind you, Vasily got shot recently, like a couple of hours ago, and he's like, "Let's fucking go!" Vasily paused and looked around. Meeting his gaze, some of the oath guards tightly clenched their fists. Some firmly shook their heads, while on the other side, among the government staff and technical backbones, some earnestly gazed at him, seemingly conveying support with silent looks, and some pricked up their ears waiting, their eyes hiding the uncontrollable worry. Under those layers of gazes, Vasily took a step forward and clenched his fist.
いいな、断じていいな。モコシは逃げも隠れもしない。あの暗黒の時代を耐え忍んだからわかる。財団は私たちのことを人間だと思っていない。
Vasily closed his eyes, trying to calm his overly excited emotions. In that instant, the days and nights of past struggles for Makosh, the blood and sweat poured into Makosh's future, surged from his memory again, and those shared memories belonging to the people of Makosh seemed to awaken the still hesitant listeners, along with his excited voice, making the already firm gazes even firmer. Exclamation point! Outside the spotlight, whether young or old, regardless of their status, people slowly stood up straight. They all gazed at Vasily, who had reopened his eyes and adjusted his emotions, offering him looks of support and trust. Under such gazes, Vasily couldn't help but smile slightly. His eyes grew brighter, and his voice grew firmer.
私たちが大切にしてきたすべて、家も母も死肉もすべて奴らに餌にされてきた。だから私たちは最後まで戦わなければならない。
He raised his clenched fist high and turned his gaze to the camera in front of him again. He stared straight at the camera, as if wanting to penetrate the glass with his sharp eyes and engrave that firm conviction into everyone's heart.
みんなに選ばれた生まれ変わったモコシの最初のリーダーとして、どれだけの困難や強敵を相手にしても逃げずに最後まで抗ってみせる。だからみんなにも私たちを信じてもう一度力を貸してほしい。私たちは一人じゃない。あの時モコシの未来を共に勝ち取ってくれた頼もしい味方が今回も最高司令官として加勢してくれる。指揮官。
Vasily turned to me and handed the microphone into my hands.
ああ、私も一緒に戦わせてくれ。盟友として私もこの町で暮らし、この町のために戦ってきた。
I looked at the camera and, together with Vasily, briefly explained the situation of this battle to the residents, as well as the preparations Mikosh had made to deal with this war. This was not a battle without warning, but an inevitable battle that lay across the destiny of Mikosh's future free development. After Vasily expelled George, Mikosh had been preparing for this battle all along, strengthening cooperation with external settlements, building factories, hoarding equipment and supplies, constantly drilling the oath guards, strengthening fortifications. All this was to allow this small city to survive safely and the storm it was bound to face. Resisting the conglomerates and fending off attacks is not a childish, stubborn course of action, but a viable strategy built on thorough preparation. These strategies are not only based on investigation of Mikoshi's situation, but also stem from the countless profound, even painful experiences accumulated from the battles I have experienced starting from a long time ago. Thinking of those past events, smoke and ruins, flood-like enemies, and hellish tragic scenes emerged from my memory again. I took a deep breath, tried hard to calm my emotions, and clenched my fist again. No, this time is already different. This time, before the enemy strikes, we are already prepared. I will not hesitate, and act impulsively, or be deceived by this enemy. I will no longer watch helplessly as the small town is crushed by a devastating storm, nor will I let the people I want to protect and those around me fall back into the flames of war and despair. I took another deep breath, making my voice sound calmer, more composed, and more trustworthy. I hope to pass this conviction on to everyone in the city, so they all maintain faith in the future and in victory. In the upcoming battle, this support is extremely important for the morale of the Mikosh Defense Forces. As for me, no matter what the residents of Mikosh think, I have long made up my mind. The wish to protect more people, I will prove it with practical actions. After finishing the pre-battle mobilization and completing the inventory of the final reserve supplies, Vasily, the Oath Guard generals, and the Doll Squad members, and I, gathered again in the command center. It's rocks! The electronic tactical sand table depicting Mikosh slowly unfolded before our eyes. Mikosh is an underground city built relying on water conservancy projects. The old dam body acts as a natural barrier, isolating radiation, and together with the expanded steel support frames around it, they form a steel dome above the current city. At this time, what Monkey Security and we are fighting for is the building complex built on the periphery of the dome during Mikoshi's development. These building complexes are not the core area of Mikoshi, but more of an expanded living and commercial zone. Under the dome, several giant elevators connect the upper city entrances and exits with the ground, forming the main regular access channels of this small city. Various residential housing, commercial areas, factories, and basic municipal buildings are distributed on the ground, forming the main activity area for the current residents of Mikoshi. Some of the previous built shelter fortifications are also distributed in this area. And due to the original terrain and the needs of water conservancy project maintenance, Mikoshi's underground also hides a maze-like complex underground waterway system. Among them, there are some secret passages leading to the outside world, as well as a small number of former slums, or buildings specially built based on the dark and harsh environment, like the prison drawers used to hold Vasily. However, due to the harsh underground environment, many patches have been in disrepair for years. After Mikoshi developed recently, the underground waterways and temporary residential buildings were mostly abandoned, and only some passages with higher safety were maintained as strategic passages. And on the sand table, the enemy intelligence transmitted by Mikoshi, the scouts, and the various doll squads of the Elmo was also marked in real time one by one. Quickly confirming all the layout information, I looked around at everyone and took a step forward.
戦線を町の外周まで伸ばす。
The peripheral building complex is not the core area, and all civilians have been evacuated. Here, the enemy chariots and mechs cannot exert their advantage, while the dolls and oath guards, who are more familiar with the terrain, can use this terrain to engage in street fighting with enemy infantry. As long as we can control the building complex and restrict the enemy here, Mikoshi's battle damage can be kept to a minimum. For this, I made the first instruction on the tactical map.
404とそよ風小隊は前衛として衛兵隊と一緒に行動してくれ。チャイアン、君は隊を率い、同じ場所でゲリラ戦を展開して敵の配置を探ってくれ。同時に地上と地下の通信をつなぐルーターとしての機能を担い、エルモ号との通信が回復した時に備えるんだ。
はい。では予備の通信設備を2機持っていきます。
I pulled my gaze away from the peripheral building complex and guided everyone to focus their attention on the dome. I marked several important locations on the map for Vasily and Wolfgar.
地上の避難が完了したら、今度はドームの下の住民を疎開させてくれ。エンジニアたちに壊れかけの部分の修理を急がせるんだ。
上から来ると予想しているのか。
来るにしても正面からだろう。だが可能性はある。
The dome is Mikoshi's greatest reliance. Whether it's his own sturdiness or the large number of force shields deployed above, it's enough to deter any attacker. But if the enemy commander wants to avoid street fighting with us, then the only choice is to occupy the dome. We have an obvious disadvantage in air supremacy. If the enemy doesn't hesitate to use airdrop tactics to cross the building complexes and directly occupy the dome for countermeasures, it will be disadvantageous for us. However, without cover, forcibly invading the dome requires a huge price, which is definitely not a cost-effective attack method for the enemy. Therefore, besides Cheyenne, what's more important is accurate frontline dynamic intelligence. By monitoring enemy actions in real time and having complete battlefield analysis data, we can accurately predict the enemy's attack plan and assist subsequent tactical command. I wonder if they're going to account for Igla.
ドームを突破されなくとも最悪の状況を考えておかないと。来るかい。アンドレスにバシルが提供したデータの解析をさせてくれ。戦場のリアルタイム分析は
私がやります。アンドレスに負荷がいかないようにします。
あ、
防空網が貧弱だな。長期外周の防衛線を固めたら、そよ風小隊は防空に専念してくれ。外周全体の指揮も任せた。
分かった。目いっぱい弾幕を張る。
Well, we already know that Jupiter Cannon is going to be the deciding factor here. But there's probably going to be a twist. I handed a list of air defense key points to Jiaohe. It includes the enemy airdrops, bunker buster bombs that can conduct targeted strikes on the dome, and structural diagrams of the dome's weak points. With Jiaohe and Diane's tactical literacy, combined with Fei's and Zhang Yu's combat power, it's enough to deal with these risks.
外周エリアの住民の避難は完了している。ベクター、2番隊を率いて設置された武装を起動してくれ。足りないものがあればすぐに埋めるんだ。罠関連は特に。
了解。
外周エリアは市街戦になる。建物の優勢を生かしつつ、支援が必要な場所にはすぐ向かうように。
After issuing the combat orders for dog troops, I immediately synchronized and issued the tactical planning for the Makosh Defense Forces. Abandoned rigid positional defenses, maintain mobility, and roam to support the Dahl Squad's offenses. In the engagement, the Dahls will launch their attack first. After dealing considerable damage to the enemy, the Oath Guard troops will cooperate to suppress and harvest, consolidating the battle results. At the same time, once their predetermined combat objectives is achieved, the Elf Guards will immediately provide long-range cover to assist the Dahl's retreat. Every clash with the enemy must adhere to one principle. Dahls act as the main force to undertake assault and surprise attacks, while the Oath Guards avoid the enemy's sharp edge and assist the Dahls in combat with ensuring their own survival as the major premise. This asymmetric tactic of human-Dahl coordination is by no means a last-minute improvisation, but a system honed through rigorous daily drills since we established a strategic alliance with Makosh. After rotating training sessions with Groza, Bantu Squad, Squad 44, and Cheyenne, these Oath Guard soldiers are already thoroughly familiar with this tactical system. They know very well how to support the tactical dog squads while maximizing their evasion of frontal slaughter and ensuring their own survival rates in these city ruins that are about to turn into a meat grinder. Of course, the Makosh trump card built by Vasily is also an important combat force in our hands.
アムニの殻は地上に搬送されたら入り口を死守。ボルフガング、対空砲を操縦する人員と防衛線の責任者は君が決めてくれ。
やって腕利きの砲士を選抜する。
The 20-minute combat meeting quickly ended, and orders were accurately issued to various nodes. No matter how thorough the tactical deployment is, it cannot lock in victory solely through paper deduction, but it is enough to guide the battle situation to our expected track.
猛虎州防衛戦開始。
指揮官のそばに立っているのは私だけです。
God damn it, game. Alright, time for chatter. In the Monkey Security Executive Office, Krasov slowly turned off the communication projection system and turned his gaze to Lentin, who was hesitating to speak in front of the desk. Mr. Krasov, please look carefully at the combat plan I submitted again. The dome Makosh built relying on flood control facilities is a standard turtle shell, and a force assault would be extremely costly, but this fully enclosed structure also dooms them to rely heavily on external supplies. My suggestion is to completely cut off all overland supply lines around Makosh and cooperate with the military to implement a deadlock siege on the periphery with triple the forces. In less than 3 months, they will collapse without a fight. Krasad dropped his usual relaxed demeanor and coldly bent his fingers, tapping out an unsettling dull sound on the solid wood tabletop. Weren't you listening during the video conference just now? The conglomerate executives have already given the resolution. It is not allowed. What the financial conglomerate needs is not a siege that takes months. What we need is a clean and beautiful quick victory to prove the UNC government the correctness of the PMC Armed Firepower Act and the value of our Mwangi security. This is war, not a business war or political fashion show. Makosh is easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if we have the advantage of a generational gap in weapons, with just the military strength and budget approved now, it's completely impossible to take it down in a short time. No, you're wrong, Lentine. This war, from beginning to end, is just a part of a commercial and political game. We are selling a product called Mwangi Security Armed Forces, using it to grab more bargaining chips for the conglomerate within the UNC. You, me, the soldiers of Mwangi Security, and those rebels in Makosh are all just chips on this gambling table. Since it's a bargaining chip, we must exert its highest value and keep winning. The tactical deduction in your combat plan is perfect, and I personally appreciate it. However, every step of your optimization plan deviates from the consortium's demands. Of course, your alternative plan of continuous heavy firepower coverage, leveling Makosh to the ground, was also shot down. Completely destroying Makosh will detonate public opinion in the Yellow Zone, and will also waste the ready-made industrial production lines there. This absolutely does not conform to the conglomerate's policy of maximizing interest. I originally thought that putting the destruction plan up as a comparison would increase the passing rate of the siege plan. Mr. Krasov, you should know very well who we are facing. We will most likely have to face the commander. He will absolutely not stand idly by, much like sit in a turtle shell waiting to die. The commander, that young person Mr. Kruger thinks most highly of. Although I haven't dealt with him, that man is indeed a rare tactical genius. Many people still haven't realized the threat he poses. Lentine, it's precisely because he is here that we pushed you to your current position. Among us, you are the only one who has dealt with the commander the most. Listen well, Lentine. The financial conglomerate's higher-ups want you to take over Makosh's industrial facilities intact. At the same time, they want you to fight a beautiful war of annihilation, wiping out every single rebel in sight without leaving a single one. Lentine could finally no longer contain the anger in her heart. She slammed both hands on the table, making a loud bang. Preserve the buildings and annihilate the defenders? That's simply a fantasy! My supporters and I are not numbers on the financial conglomerate's reports. This kind of battle with our hands tied, Lentine. Mwangi security needs to prove itself. For Omen, and for you personally, this is a chance for a desperate comeback. I suggest you think clearly before continuing your speech. Sorry, I misspoke. Under Krasad's words, Lentine took a deep breath, forcefully calming her mood. Then, at least please allow me to cut off the possibility of Praja and Turlu reinforcing Makosh. Turul is now nominally managed by the Great Wall Railway Dispatch Station Garrison. As long as you don't directly bring the Flames of War into Turul, we'll free to do the rest. As for that emerging tomato agricultural town, or Dodge, do as you please. I don't think that place holds any value. Lentine. Both the military and the financial conglomerate have high expectations for you right now, so don't let them down. Defeat the commander and prove your worth. Remember, you aren't the only command structure in this operation. The forces of other surrounding financial conglomerates will also coordinate with your actions, and the military's leafcutter army will hold the line on the periphery for you. Cooperate, hold the line. Sounds nice, but it's more like they're here to monitor us, hoping that we and Mikosh will both suffer heavy losses. I understand. I will reevaluate the combat policy and try my best to achieve the financial conglomerate's goals. Not to try your best, it's a must. Believe me, you will get the glory you deserve. Yes. Lentine dragged her legs, which felt like they were filled with lead, out of Krasov's office. Even she herself couldn't remember how she walked back to her command post in a daze all the way, until a cautious voice interrupted her thoughts. Big Sis Lentine, are you okay? You look terrible. Liberty. I'm okay. Seeing Liberty's worried gaze, Lentine quickly takes a deep breath, locking all her weakness and helplessness back into the bottom of her heart, and regains the calmness a commander should have. How's the negotiation situation? Extremely bad. The consortium not only rejected the additional military budget quote, but also completely shot down the tactical plans I proposed. They demand that under the current conditions that we must not destroy Mikosha's core facilities, yet we must cleanly and efficiently annihilate all rebels. Not surprising at all. After all, the military budget you proposed at the beginning was enough to buy an entire Mongi security before its expansion. When you submitted the application, I reminded you that this would be the result. Just bargaining. At least we still squeeze out a little extra budget. This is the armament list I've retracted. Liberty. Once Lisa buys these loose parts back, immediately have the logistics team start modifying them. Liberty took the terminal Lentine handed over, and after seeing the items on the list clearly, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and gasp. High explosives? Modification plan for EMP methods? Sister, do you plan to modify a suicide drone swarm? Yes. Sorry to make you do this kind of work. Lisa, everything on the purchase list must be in place. I know the bottom prices on the market. This list is definitely within budget. Wow, what a long list. Why ask so many cheap drones? Aren't they the heavy mechs? Aren't the heavy mechs and tanks allocated to us enough? Besides, we already have advanced reconnaissance aircraft with optical camouflage and bunker busters sponsored by the military. Do we still need to buy this garbage? The consortium forbids us from using heavy artillery to destroy Mikosh, yet forced us to get results quickly. The vast majority of weapons cannot shake Mikosha's dome. The number of bunker busters is limited. Since conventional saturation artillery strikes won't work, with the current quality of recruits, we can only force our way forward by using creeping artillery barrages, infantry tank coordination, and drone cover. Although facing an opponent of the commander's level, expecting recruits to gnaw hard at the defense line is... Lentine looked at the recruit's quality assessment on the screen and let out a sneer. For victory, we can only use a massive amount of suicide drones to fill Mikosha's close-end fire net and forcibly tear open the gap. Then, adjust Eclipse NeuroCloud parameters. This time, do not wipe your memories in NeuroCloud, I need her absolute power to complete the decapitation. Understood. Getting right on it. Also, I need you to allocate 3 additional logistics transport units to me. No matter what method you use, even if you had to hire from the underground brokers, or force me to seize its supply convoys of other conglomerate forces. To support this war of attrition strategy, we must ensure our supply lines are clear. You want me to play the bad guy again? Alright, I'll go see him once I can start. Valentine, our troops suck. Kenny. Valentine swiped rapidly across the console with a cold expression, pushing a holographic tactical map marked with dense dashed lines in front of Kenny. According to the route map, set up supply transfer stations and hidden sentries in all the dashed areas, while securing our logistics. Cut off all of the enemy's material sources. You will oversee this part personally, especially in the direction of Paradox. Lonnie already scouted there before. There's no way that person would just build a tomato farmer's market in that godforsaken place on a whim. Then it's either a hidden strategic material relay point or a smokescreen used to cover some more deadly existence. We must keep a close eye on it. Understood. But Commander Valentine, the current level of integration of this batch of recruits is really too terrible. It's very difficult to pull up such a long and blockade line. Did you get any results from the prisoner I asked you to catch? Rather die than submit. More trouble than I imagined. The recruits training report. The composition of those recruits are too mixed. There are exiled PMCs, desert bounty hunters, the displaced Viagra gang members. This motley crew has absolutely no will to fight. They're fine fighting and winning the battle, but once they encounter that person's tactical counterattack, the defense line will collapse instantly. The command room fell into a deathly silence. Valentine lowered her eyes, remained silent for a long time, and her voice became somewhat dry. Omen. How many people are left? Including the recent additions, we barely have half our past organizational strength. Here are the number reported by Kenny. Valentine's expression didn't show any fluctuation. This cold statistic had always been etched into her mind, but she still chose to let Kenny say it himself, letting Kenny, who acted as a stabilizer, turn his words into a blade to remind herself of past failures. The shift in power dynamics from that day, as well as the drastic changes in the laws targeting PMCs, ultimately led to the dissolution of Griffin and many of their peers. She had crawled and fought all the way for everything she believed in, trying to bring the ideal life to these brothers and sisters. She isn't greedy. She just wants to let Omen live the life they deserve, and ultimately freedom from being Omen to becoming the Edge once again. And now she finally endured it until the implementation of the new Firepower Act. As long as she took this last step, the dignified life she had promised her Omen compatriots would be within reach. But it was this last step, and what blocked her way was still that insurmountable high wall like a shadow. This is Monkey Security's chance to climb up, and also our best chance. Mr. Casavas, right? We're all chips. I've waited too long for this opportunity to get on the card table. No matter what, I must win this round. Commander? I'm fine. Just remember some old scores. Kenny, starting today, all recruits are forbidden to leave the camp. At the highest intensity anti-doll combat simulation training for them. Set all the actual combat data we collected over the years about Griffin tactical dolls, all as imaginary enemies. This time, we will completely eradicate the biggest obstacle blocking our way. Only team stared fixedly at the coordinates representing Makoshi in the center of the electronic sand table. The gloom in her eyes was replaced by an almost paranoid fanaticism, a decisiveness of betting everything after being forced into a desperate situation. That's right. This time, I will prove it with my own hands. Commander, the path you abandoned back then for your own ridiculous ideals, the glory and opportunities you disdained, I will make you watch mistakes with your own eyes, along with your naivety. Become my stepping stone. Manicured Lava Squad, I'll take it. No? Not particularly Omen in particular. The cold lights of the laboratory shone on the huge and dilapidated Gerard Group logo. A few months ago, this place was still a thriving scene, but now only a few withered plants and many long dry petri dishes remain. Gerard Group, once the largest industrial company within the financial conglomerate, completely collapsed due to the experimental accident, and its business and assets were entirely carved up by several other groups. And at this moment, the culprit who caused everything was still standing leisurely in front of her old experimental bench, wearing the exact same sly smile as before.
いやー、何もかも懐かしいね。コンソールに純白の白衣、それから
チェ、死んでんの。
でも大丈夫なんだよね、これが。あの処置をすれば簡単に復活するんだから。早くやってみたいな。お花ちゃんの皮を剥いて培養液漬けにして、あれとこれをこうして、最後に全部縫合して、そうすれば新しいお花がポンポン咲いていくもんね。ね、君。
Chudovik jumped onto the test bench, exaggeratedly spread her arms, and asked the other person in the room.
なんか言ってよ。一人でテンション高くなってバカみたいじゃん。うるさい。
Compared to Chudovik, the young girl who stepped into the room next appeared very quiet. She walked around the experimental bench, leaving a trail of dust where her fingertips brushed past.
ホワイトノイズは思考にいいって言うじゃん。私の喋りを作業 BGM 代わりにしたっていいんだよ。アテラクシスちゃん。それにさ、こんな面白い場所、誰が来たって興奮しちゃうよ。何が面白いのか理解できない。
Ataraxis returned to the center of the room, standing there and looking up around. Immediately after, as if she noticed something, she looked at a certain large experimental equipment below the steps. Ataraxis examined it with a curious gaze. Not the object itself, but somewhere beneath it. A place that the gaze could not directly reach.
でも、最初から感じたものがある。
Hold on. Someone just asked me for a picture of Ataraxis because they don't play the Chinese version. There we go.
え、 何詳しく聞かせてよ。私ここをよく知ってるからさ、もし教えてほしいものがあれば。
この場所、なんだか特別な匂いがする。ここにあるどんなものよりも面白い匂いが。
Adaraxis ignored Chidovic's nonsense and instead stared intently at the spot she was interested in. It looked as though a container had once been placed there, but now it was completely empty, with only a defunct machine standing quietly in its place. And right beneath it, it was an invisible space just large enough to fit about one person, which was exactly where Adaraxis' gaze lingered. She slowly approached the area with great interest, her expression rarely softening slightly.
もしかして。
ああ、これのことかな。
Just as Adaraxis was about to touch the machine, Chidovic suddenly jumped in front of her.
きっとこれで間違いないね。なんたって私が長い時間をかけて作り上げた造物種の奇跡にも匹敵する発明なんだから。でもちょっとしたアクシデントが起きて本体は別の場所に移されちゃってね。
Chidovic took Adaraxis' hand like an ordinary girl shopping, half pushing and half pulling her to another corner of the laboratory.
じゃじゃーん！目の前にあるのは他でもない遺跡を起動し彼岸を開く楽園計画の最重要機材。多分その面白い匂いを放ってるのはこれだって、この実験室にこれ以上面白いものはないんだから。
Chidovic's pupils were bright, blinking a pair of eyes, looking at Adaraxis.
そういうことにする。
The expression of obviously being disturbed on Adaraxis' face revealed a slight interest when she heard the word Nirvana. She broke free from Chidovic and walked towards the shattered sphere parked in the corner.
待って、これで遺跡を？
It's relics, not ruins.
そうまさに。見た目は地味だけど貴重なお花ちゃんのサンプルを確保してくれたものなんだよね。
それが本当ならあなたは今のようになってないはず。だから教えて。それは過去に起きた事実。私の好奇心を満たしてほしい。それがここまであなたについてきた理由だから。
もちろん私もあんたくらいの年の頃は好奇心の塊だったからね。それはもう毎晩オールで本と実験機材とにらめっこしてたくらいに。おかげでこんなにクマができちゃったんだよね。だからアテラクシスちゃんはしっかり寝ないとダメだぞ。あの頃は疲れたら躊躇なくサボってたな。頭をリラックスさせれば空いた容量の分だけもっと詰め込めるんだもん。ギリギリまで脳を圧迫した後にしか感じられない快感。あんたならわかるよね。そういえばあの頃実験の後は必ず指紋も残らないくらい後片付けしてたな。潔癖じゃないよ、儀式みたいなもんさ。だってさ、実験室をきれいにした方が次実験室を吹っ飛ばじゃなくてめちゃくちゃにしちゃった時とのギャップが際立ってゾクゾクするじゃん。だから今回もきれいにするんだよ。どう？なんか哲学的じゃない？ ああ、またそんな顔しちゃってさ。いい？教えを請うてる相手にそんなイライラした顔見せちゃダメだよ。
聞きたい答えが得られてないんだけど。
She's like, I really want to kill you right now.
答え。ああ、そんな話してたな。じゃあどっちを聞きたい？オレク・ジラードが邪悪な科学者に利用され心血を注いできた植物発電プロジェクトが潰された話？あるいはジラードグループを蹴落としたファルベングループが楽園計画の新たな主導者になった話？それとも神に愛された人類の幸福を願った少女が世界を混沌に陥れた大罪人になった話？
オルフェルーネ・ジラードは何年も前にフランクフルトで死んだ。
Orphrally mentioned.
少なくとも世間的にはあなたの立場が危ういのはわかる。あの人はあなたを聖地から追い出し、同時にあなたは後ろ盾を失った。だから私に気に入られようと必死になっている。でも私が聞きたいのは創作なんかじゃない。
創作？あはん、さっき私が言ったことが全部創作だって言いたいわけ？じゃあこっそり教えてあげる。他言無用でね。
Chilvik leaned into Alvarez's ear and whispered slowly.
全部実際に起きた本当のことだよ。
証明して。
今はできないんだな、これが。でも遺跡を起動して彼岸を観測すれば嘘じゃないとわかるはずだよ。
She can whisper to my ear too.
彼岸。
Sorry, these girls will both kill you.
矛盾している事実同士を併存させることができるの。
そう、それが彼岸のすごいとこなんだな。矛盾している事実の併存どころか過去と未来の事象を同時に起こすこともできる。さらに肉体と魂の垣根を越えて真の全知全能と不老不死を実現できる。
Oh, I can sound better. After Chilvik finished speaking, she paused for a moment as if expecting the other party to answer. However, Alvarez seemed somewhat uninterested in this speech, and just responded faintly.
でも、それを証明する手立てはない。
だからそれを話してる途中じゃないの。ようやくできない事柄もこの世には存在するのさ。特に彼岸に関してはね。彼岸はいろんなことを私の頭に詰め込んだんだよ。あんたの知ってることと私の言ったことが矛盾していること自体、彼岸が一度開かれた証明なのさ。何度も風穴を開けられ解剖されてきたこの脳がちゃんと記憶してる。
Chilvik narrowed her eyes slightly, and her tone suddenly deepened.
私は前回ここで遺跡を起動した。
Alvarez moved her gaze away from the shattered spear and seriously examined this room for the first time. That great purge had long destroyed most of the things here, but the grand scale of the laboratory could still be seen from the entire wall of withered specimens and several abandoned large instruments. Thanks for the chili, I think. Adaras paced aimlessly through the master testing grounds, flipping through the surviving experimental logs. But clearly she couldn't find any useful information that could corroborate what Chidwick had said. But this didn't disappoint her. On the contrary, it piqued her interest even more.
なら、彼岸であの人を見たんだ。
ん？誰のことかな？あの子か。
そう。お母様から彼女の存在を聞いてからずっと気になってた。でもお母様は今私たちを会わせるつもりはないみたい。遺跡を起動して彼岸へ行く。それが私が作られた理由だけど、お母様はまだいろいろ準備してるみたい。
教え子だった私は先生のことをどうこう言える筋合いじゃないね。でも本当に大事にされてんね。感動ポルノじみたエピソードとかないの？血のつながりはないけどみたいな。
そんなものに意味はない。お母様は私にいろいろ学ばせてくれる。私はお母様の願いを叶えてあげられる。それでいい。
Don't you and Caldwell love each other like mother and daughter? And Adrat said, fuck no.
でも私も成長するにつれて願いができた。お母様より優先されることだけど、お母様はそれを許してくれた。
それ反抗期ってやつじゃない？で、何がしたいのさ。それだけの力を持ちながら人形のように縛られてるわけでもない。もうほぼできないことないんじゃない？習い殺したいくらい嫉妬しちゃうな。冗談だって、私は味方だよ。
じゃあルニシアについて教えて。
Lunacia mentioned.
もちろんもちろん。その子なら会ったことあるよ。いやー、すんごい優しくて物分かりのいい人だったよ。勝手に入ってきた私を見逃したばかりか、いろんなお宝をくれたんだもん。
That did not happen.
しかも出るとき見送ってくれたしね。いやー、懐かしい開口だったな。
興味深い嘘だけど事実も混じってる。
嘘？ひどいな。全部本当だよ。
気にしてない。あなたはそういう人だから。
Like it's fine, I'm used to lying anyways.
彼女に引き合わせてくれるなら、あなたの企みに目をつぶってあげてもいい。
And Luther's smile slid across Chidwick's lips.
いいともいいとも。でも先生怒っちゃうんじゃない？大丈夫なの？
私はお母様の意志に背いてお姉様たちの血肉を食らわなかった。お母様にとって私はすでに制御できる対象じゃない。だから私は私としてルニシアに会いに行く。お母様の願いも叶えられるなら全力を尽くす。
よよよ、なんていい子なのかしら。お母様のことが本当に大好きなんだね。
Chidwick raised her sleeve, pretending to wipe away non-existent tears.
もし本当にまた彼岸を開けられたら、先生だって きっとアテラクシスちゃんのやろうとしてることを理解してくれるさ。そうと決まれば善は急げだ。
なんで？
それがね、遺跡を起動するにはまだまだ準備が必要なんだ。そして彼女に合う一番手っ取り早い方法が指揮官を見つけることだよ。
Yesent? Chidovik and Ataraxis left together. At the same time, from beneath the hollow of the experimental apparatus where Ataraxis just stood, a figure crawled out. She's like, fucking really?
危なかった。ここで見つかったら面倒なことになってた。でも彼女の推測通り、ここで遺跡が起動されてた。あの指揮官を見つける。私たちの指揮官しかありえない。あいつに連絡するしかないか。
Astera didn't care about the dust in her body, frowned tightly, and took out the communicator. Soon, a response quickly came from that contact signal that hadn't been connected for a long time. Oh, so they actually met up at some point. Okay.
やっと一杯やる気になったか？
世間話はいい M16。あんたの言ったルート通りにいろいろ調べたわ。あのブージャム人形とジョーと呼ばれているドラゴンの発生源について。
ああ、随分な収穫じゃないか。
でも今はもっと優先すべきことがある。
How many wives you have? You have RPK.
あんたの言った女が指揮官を狙ってるわ。
Thanks for $2, by the way.
それに私たちが思っている以上に情報を握っている。あのブージャムか人形かよくわかんないやつもいた。ああいう手合いの強さは分かってるでしょ。グリフィンの人形が束になってもかすり傷をつけられるかも怪しいわ。
そうか。てっきりお前はあれを手に入れて自信が増したと思ったんだが。
その話はいい。それにあんなのがあっても全部を解決できるわけじゃない。
What thing?
あんたが一番知ってるでしょ。
それを奴らに使う気はないのか？あれは。
今はまだその時じゃない。しかるべきタイミングで使うわ。
すぐに使う時が来るだろ。
Astera ignored Beluga's probing.
そういうことだから調査はまだ終わってないけど早く指揮官に連絡しないと。多分ここ10年で一番私たちを必要としているタイミングよ。
そうだな。ちゃんと再会の用意をしないとな。お前も楽しみなんだろう AR15。
どっちでもいいでしょ。あんたには関係ない。
楽しみなのは指揮官との再会だけか？
そんなことは言ってない。
Oh, that's cute.
どっちでもいいさ。指揮官さえいれば私たちもまた再会できる。違うか？
M16。
こんな時にエモい話するなよ。泣くぞ。
キモ。
Astera seemed to have habitually ignored Beluga's inappropriate joke.
私があんたみたいに M4 が去ったことを受け入れられてないの。できるなら絶対にあんな場所から引きずり出してやるんだから。でも現状を変えられない以上 M4 が言い残したことに従うしかない。 だからこの10年彼岸が開かれないよう奔走してきた。それからパラデウスを潰すことも。私たちがしてきたことすべて M4 と再会する可能性をこの手で潰したに等しい。この願いひょっとしてフェアじゃないし残酷なんじゃないかしら。
ああ、そんなことを気にしてたのか。
考えたことなかったと言われても驚かないわ。
あるさ。私もお前と同じ M4 の一部だ。人形としては余計な設定だが、彼女への思いはお前と同じだ。時には人形にとっての死について考えたこともある。バックアップが消えて復元できない状態でメンタルが徹底的に消え去れば、私たちのような特別な人形でも死ねばあの場所に帰って彼女と会えるのだろうか。
あんたがそんなこと考えるなんて意外だわ。
お前が思っている以上に繊細なんだぞ、私は。でもまだそういうの考えるには早すぎるんじゃないか。これから彼女と指揮官のいる世界を守るのだからな。だから一瞬頭をよぎっただけだよ。
達観してるのね。火災ウイルスの副作用は鉄血のようなシングルタスクバカにすることだっけ？
試してみるか。余計なことを考えずに済むぞ。
やっぱいい。みんながみんなあんたみたいにバカになれないから。でもあんたの言うことが本当ならいつかまた M4 と一緒にいられるかもね。その時は。
After a moment of silence, Esther hung up the communication. For a long time, she had avoided imagining the scene of meeting everyone again, because no matter what, it would remind her of someone she might never be able to see again. But now, she has to be ready to face it. Asteria hoists the shoulder strap of the giant weapon case on her back higher up her shoulder, then quickened her pace. Ever since she received this case, named Vindicator's Mark, okay, so it has a name now, she had never truly used its power. She even once felt that this care from afar was completely superfluous. Is it your turn to look down on me now, M4? When she received it, she had such a thought. And she felt that there were more suitable candidates in the AR team to inherit such a thing than her. Whether returning it to M16 or sending it to Sapo, she would definitely be so happy to see rolled around on a spot, and then hug Rebella and cry bitterly for a while, right? In short, whether as a souvenir or as a weapon itself, there are people who need such a thing more than she does. So why her? M4A1? She had asked this question countless times to the shooting stars streaking across the night sky. But now, Asteria finally understood the meaning of this heavy gift. It is not some souvenir, nor is it a sharp blade meant to be used for slaughtering in all directions. This is an exclusive connection between them, the anchor point of her having lived in this world. And also the proof that the AR team existed, fought to protect him, and will continue to move forward in the future.
指揮官、あなたならもう少し持ちこたえられますよね。絶対に帰りますから。
Alright, so basically there's two campaigns. Protect Makosh and stop Ataraxis. I understand you are saving your voice because there's a lot of reading, but when a new CG appears or the climax, could you also narrate the voice sections? I'm going to assume that's because it's hard to read. Oh, you just want to miss the hard part, my part, right? Listen to this stream. I'll think about it. We'll see. The main thing is that I don't want to like break things up. Because if I'm not saying anything now, to start talking suddenly on the CG sections would be kind of weird. But I'll think about it. God is lazy. Nah, I understand. I know some people like to listen instead of actually read the screen. On the skyline of Makoshi's outer urban area, Monkey Security heavy drone swarm was quietly approaching under the cover of optical camouflage. Mounted on their bellies were heavy bunker buster bombs born specifically to destroy sturdy underground fortresses, aiming directly at Makoshi's core facilities. But this layer of disguise did not work. Before the swarm could reach the bombing coordinates, Makoshi's close-in weapon system suddenly opened fire. The deadly tongues of fire spat out by the close-in defense weapon system wove into an airtight fire net in the sky, instantly igniting clusters of gorgeous fireworks. Guiding this anti-aircraft counterattack was a petite doll operating a complex observation system. Her visual module was zooming in and analyzing at an extremely high frequency, leaving all stealth targets in the sky with nowhere to hide. And with the assisted aiming of Jiahui and the other dolls, the close-in weapon system accurately locked onto all targets. Even with their mobility, the drones found it hard to escape the coverage of the fire net.
敵のステルスユニットを殲滅。現エリアの制空権を確保。移動します。
I will admit, Dylan, if I was paid like, I don't know, like if each stream was like $100 and they relied on me narrating everything, I would do it. So that is a factor. But really, it's just the primary reason is because my throat fucking sucks at the end of each stream. The failure of the optical drones did not deter the enemy's command. In order to destroy the closed-in fire net built by Makosh, the armored troops approached first, attempting to forcibly clear all fortifications.
敵重装ユニットを確認。12秒後に接触予定。
Monkey Security's armored vehicles took the lead in crashing through the roadblocks on the main road, preparing to drive straight in and quickly take down more urban areas under infantry tank coordination. However, at the same time as crashing through the first roadblock, a violent explosion sounded.
対戦車地雷が効いた。座標送信完了。了解。404、そよ風小隊。作戦通り行動開始。
Anti-tank and anti-personnel mines successfully hindered the enemy's tank attack route, and the street fighting centered around the outskirts of Makos officially began. Various heavy firepower from Makos covered the enemy's formation completely regardless of consumption. It caused a slight delay in the enemy's offensive pace. Relying on fire cover, the dolls as their frontal breakthrough, the Oath Guards roamed and harassed to cooperate with each other. The enemy's formation, which was already a bit chaotic, immediately experienced greater turmoil. But the enemy quickly took countermeasures. They swiftly used the cover of the tactical drone swarm to retreat the chaotic troops, and immediately guided artillery to counterattack, attempting to conduct precise point removals on Makoshi's exposed heavy fire net and the Oath Guard's defensive positions. The roar of artillery resounded through the battlefield. However, the Oath Guards adhered to my guerrilla tactics. They must evacuate immediately within 1 minute after firing the first shot. As a result, the enemy's firepower coverage this time did not cause any effective strikes against us.
指揮官、敵は先陣を押し返されて攻勢が緩んだ。
第一波はしのいだようだな。バシル、モコシの中はどうだ？
まだ目立ったダメージは受けてない。住民避難も完了した。軍事施設周辺は兵士しかいない。
よし、敵は簡単に諦めてはくれない。警戒を緩めるな。ドローンを飛ばして偵察。シャイアン、私がさっき言ったものの動向に気を配れ。何かあればすぐに来る会に知らせるんだ。
わかりました。
そよ風小隊404、君たちは引き続き前進。敵を牽制して戦線をもう少しモコシから遠ざけろ。
了解。
The two dog squads and Cheyenne can cooperate with each other. Cheyenne will operate the observation system for battlefield coordination, capturing frontline dynamics in real time, and relaying precise marked information to Monsoon Squad and Squad 404. Squad 404 will undertake the assault mission, carrying out targeted strikes against the enemy's high-value heavy firepower units, forcing the enemy to retract their front lines to protect their heavy firepower units. Meanwhile, Monsoon Squad will utilize the characteristics of guerrilla warfare, taking advantage of the Dahl's innate superiority and the terrain advantage of fighting on home turf, to engage in brutal urban combat and slaughter with enemies entering the built-up areas. The bottom line of all operations is to absolutely ensure the dome and the entrances of Makoshi's underground remain in our hands. On this basis, all firepower protection must precisely cut into the enemy's soft spots, infinitely amplifying their perception of being bogged down in a quagmire. As the two squads rushed to the combat zone as planned, the communication channel returned to silence again. I brought up the tactical panel and shifted my attention to the peripheral stronghold garrisoned by the Oath Guards, as well as the defensive position damaged in the enemy's first round of artillery fire. Although vastly constructed a large number of preset fortifications early on as situated death, with an eye on the upcoming bitter war of attrition, these damaged covers absolutely must not be easily abandoned. We must organize forces to repair them as quickly as possible and reintegrate them into the defensive network.
ボルフガング、余剰戦力に破壊された防御兵器の修理に行かせろ。敵は休ませてはくれない。おそらくすぐに第2波が来る。
問題ない。すでに修理に向かわせてる。
問題ない。
指揮官、ドローンが本体から離れた敵別動隊を捉えた。
第2波が来るのか。いや、モコシを包囲して持久戦に切り替えるつもりか。やれないことはないが、ちと余裕が。
動きが早いな。狙いは防御兵器か。
This abnormal advance speed made me suspect whether the conjectured entity had already stepped onto the battlefield. I sent a message to Cheyenne and simultaneously issued orders to the Monsoon Squad.
そよ風小隊、敵を食い止めろ。
了解。
With reconnaissance reports from several drones and Cheyenne, the battlefield situation became increasingly clear. As expected, Mongol security troops did not collapse due to a temporary setback. The second wave of attacks began again, with continuous wave-like assaults, and a large number of drones took to the sky to attack us. And those mobile troops began to impact our closed-in fortifications in the front in the form of points. Even though the Monsoon Squad had dispersed as much as possible to pin down more of the opponent's manpower, it was still unstoppable. There were still many elite troops swiftly attacking the fire strongholds scattered around the outskirts of Makoshe.
あの方向は修理中の防御兵器か。ボルフガング、敵がそっちに向かってる。 工兵隊を撤退させろ。
了解。敵の姿が見えた。
Ulfgar, located within the outer defenses of stronghold of Makosh, was shot by the enemy attacks shown on the radar. Continuous Dahl machines were targetedly attacking the stubbornly resisting strongholds. After realizing that the enemy was adopting a targeted breakthrough strategy, all firepower was concentrated to clear the enemy troops approaching the fire strongholds at the first opportunity. There she is. But the continuous attack only briefly delayed the offensive by some enemy troops. There was still a figure that easily broke through the fire net of the fortifications. Whether it was artillery or bullets, they seemed unable to stop that figure in the binoculars. On the tactical map, a distinct bright spot stood out among the troops that were already advancing at full speed.
ダメです。当たりません。こっちに来ます。
とにかく撃ちまくれ。移動経路全部に弾幕を張るんだ。工兵隊の撤退を援護しろ。
当てられません。こちらの戦力が次々と潰されてます。
なんだあの動き。化け物だ。
C1 の砲塔が大破。 B3 は大ダメージ。予想損壊率 58%。 立て直しが必要です。
Yeah, Eagle's fucking them up right now.
攻撃を受けて。
So why are the humans taking on Igla? I'm pretty sure that's just, you know, happenstance. Lintine identified the weakest point and said, Igla, go over there.
ダメだ。敵は一人しかいないのに、こっちの攻撃がまるで効いてない。あいつに集中すれば、他の敵を撃つ余裕がなくなる。このままじゃ陥落する。
Qian, who had grasped the overall situation through the observation system, already knew the predicament of the Ulfgars at this time, immediately used the weapon in her hands to provide precise support. 5 consecutive bullets successfully hit the enemy's leader's body, but it only slightly slowed down the enemy's advance. However, this was not to buy time.
耐えてください。援軍が来ます。
A disbarrage of rockets finally forced the doll, who was moving as if in uninhabited land, to stop.
この反応速度。あんたの相手は私たちよ。
Squad 404, okay.
また第三世代人形。
I know, Mekti. You're always getting thrown in there because, unfortunately, you're part of the most popular group in the entire series. So.
私の計算以上の速さです。なぜ？
ずっと待ってたからよ。
Belka gets to speak.
こっちの防御勝手に突破されるわけにはいかないんだから。口より手を動かして。美容家、あんたは援護。ミスティは私とこいつを。
The roar of the engine, accompanied by a hail of bullets, attacked Igla. Although there was a gap in power, Klukai's motorcycle had made up for the disadvantage of ability.
邪魔です。
させない。
The 60 millisecond high-speed 3-round burst from the most precise rifle suppressed even third-generation dolls with its astonishing firepower, forcing them to halt their steps. And this momentary pause was captured by the already prepared particle cannon.
狙撃。
Even though Igla had sensed the danger and instinctively dodged the attack, the cluster from the particle cannon still hit her arm. Sensing the enemy's gaze, Andres left her sniping position and searched for new cover, preparing for a second attack opportunity.
嘘でしょ。ステータスが負けイベのボスすぎるって。喋りすぎ。
あの方はどこですか？
Igla's gaze searched around, and after falling on Kukai and Mekti, she spoke lightly.
指揮官はどこですか？
Where is the commander? I want to suck his dick. I mean...
あなたたちのその効率的な動き。あの方が指揮を取っているとしか思いません。おとなしく差し出してください。私の狙いは。
ふざけるな。これって
指揮官をめぐる戦いだったっけ。来る回もそうだけどさ、なんかみんな指揮官に執着しているよね。
There's way too many people who want to find a commander.
それ以上喋ったらあんた一人にするわよ。
わかったよ。
あなたたちを片付けてじっくり探すとしましょう。
I need to procreate. So where is she? Oh, she's not here. Okay. Thanks, boy. Inside the command center, the news that the enemy's target was me made. Okay, yeah. Inside the command center, the news that the enemy target was me made Vossi subconsciously tense up, and the squad members who had stayed behind to guard us also raised their guard to the highest level.
私を狙ってイグラを投入したか。すべて予想通りだ。
He's like, yeah, I kind of figured that.
指揮官、そのイグラって人形は
財団に属する第三世代人形。彼女の歴代持ち主と私はちょっとした腐れ縁だ。
In the intel report Nikita had sent back before the battle, it was specifically mentioned that Monkey Security had already established an exclusive doll unit with Iliad as the core, and her new master now is exactly the commander of the Omen Squad, who had fought with me many times, Lentine. Although I only received this intelligence after arriving in Makosh, there's still enough leeway for me to formulate targeted tactics.
モコシの抵抗は敵の想定以上のはずだ。イグラは突破口として私を狙っているのだろう。第三世代人形をこの段階で投入したということは、向こうの指揮官は短期決戦を狙っている。
ならこっちが有利だな。当初目的としていた消耗戦に持ち込めたんだ。耐えれば勝ちだ。
ああ、モコシは的であると同時に奴らの威信に関わる道具だ。だが兵隊が不安だ。今のままではまだ勝ったとは言えない。兵糧攻めに遭えば一気に瓦解するだろう。
The funny part is they want to do that. They want to actually cut off supply lines because they need to make this fast for good optics.
だからイグラの進行は食い止めなければならない。
Hold on. Let me pull this down some. There we go. And I know that the powerful support that can definitely stop Iliad is right at...
土下座されても許さないんだね。
Oh, I think I needed to stop. But, okay, we'll stop after this one because I need to do the side story that's up next. The squad maneuvering with Iliad as the combat core showed an unstoppable momentum on the battlefield. Under Monkey Security's fire support, a large number of defensive measures originally developed on the outskirts of Makosh were destroyed one after another. It wasn't until Squad 44 and Xi'an successfully slowed down Iliad's movements trajectory through cooperation that the enemy's progress in tearing apart Makosh's defenses net delay. Sensing that Iliad's actions were delayed by Squad 404, multiple drones supported Iliad's further attacks from the outside in a long-range manner, and Xi'an, who was inside the defense facility, immediately tried to shoot down the enemy. The good combat performance possessed by the third-generation doll allowed Iliad to dodge almost all long-distance combat actions, and facing long-range attacks attacking her rear, Iliad could also shoot them down immediately. The anxious war situation lasted for a long time, even with Squad 404 pinning down which prevented Iliad from launching destructive attacks on Makoshi anymore. At the same time, other areas following one after another were gradually pushing the situation towards a disadvantageous one for Makoshi.
西側の防御兵器が3カ所潰された。弾幕に穴が開く。
即応部隊に穴を埋めさせろ。
It's not because I'm talking fast, that's like...
もう出してますが数が足りません。もうこっちに余剰戦力はありません。このままでは30分も持ちません。
梅雨風小隊、支援に向かってくれ。シャイアンは404の援護。来るかい、3分だ。
了解。アンドリス、リオカ、あんたたちは先に行って。お姉ちゃん、気をつけてね。
Kukai's offensive grew increasingly fierce, her iron stream of bullets constantly harassing and delaying Iliad's pace. Meanwhile, Shigan's precise sniping always thwarted Iliad's counterattacks against Kukai at crucial moments. However, as the battlefield intensified, the boojum cells in Iliad's frame gradually became active and began actively repairing the areas damaged by firearms. Element Squad. After Iliad's frame was once again attacked by Kukai and met these firearms, the spreading boojum cells accelerated the repair speed and faintly showed a trend of covering most of her frame. As the ranged fire support behind Kukai temporarily ceased, Iliad's attacks became increasingly brutal, narrowly missing the motorcycle beneath Kukai several times.
また回復してるよ。私たちの時だけいつもこんなめんどいのばっか。
Why does everyone have regen?
あ、来るかい。
Iliad's attack rhythm suddenly changed, and boojum cells covered her body like reactive armor, blocking the firepower from Kukai and Cheyenne. Iliad raised her weapon high and swung it towards Kukai's head like a god of war. However, a petite figure suddenly used her own frame to crash into Iliad, knocking her back.
ミスティ、来るかい。早く動いて。
Looking at the wriggling boojum cells on Iliad's body, Meti forcibly endured the error reports in her neural cloud and raised her weapon.
ミスティ、3分経ったわ。
A sonic boom generated by breaking through the air sounded above everyone. Iliad subconsciously raised her head and immediately caught the black figure in the sky. A grenade accurately hit Iliad, who wanted to evacuate, forcing Iliad to directly meet that falling figure. So which one is it? Is it Void or OTS-14? Okay, yeah, it's Void. Accompanied by a violent impact sound, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and gravel splashed. Kukai, carrying Mekti, dodged the splashing gravel, her eyes fixed on the two figures in the smoke and dust.
すまない、遅れた。
いえ、ちょうどいいわ。
The smoke gradually cleared, and Void Mastina arrived piloting her mech. The violent impact just now has caused fine cracks on the mech's surface. But what was more serious was the injury to Iliad's arm. The arm, which could originally still be seen as part of her frame, was now completely taken over by the spreading boojum cells.
あとは私がやる。
While Iliad's boojum cells had not yet fully repaired the frame, Void Mastina's next wave of attacks had already descended. Iliad didn't care about the damage to her frame, every move attempting to dismantle the giant mech in front of her. Facing Iliad's fierce attacks, the existence of the mech became the safest shield, unlike Kukai, who chose to dodge when facing enemy attacks. Every attack from Void Mastina directly hit the enemy's weak points, using the mech to forcefully withstand Iliad's attacks. The mechanized body firmly suppressed the enemy in front of it, its giant hands tearing at the constantly wriggling cells. The originally slowly spreading boojum cells rapidly expanded and spread after being impacted, gradually evolving in a disorderly direction.
お前たちは引け。ここは任せろ。
させません。指揮官を差し出してください。
That's my name!
それだけが私の狙いです。
Eagle gaze passed over Voimestina's frame to look at the defensive stronghold behind her. She tried to shake off Voimestina, but was entangled by her and couldn't break free at all. Mecha and Blade clashed rapidly as Voimestina blocked Eagle's path in a posture of absolute defense.
そういう注文は勝ってからするんだ。
The battlefield was completely divided into multiple modules. The Monsoon Squad and Squad 404 successfully filled the gaps of the Oath Guards, gradually defeating the surrounding enemy dog squads. Get in line, girl! In the center of the battlefield, the battle centered around Voimestina cleared out a large area. The long-range support systems on both sides only applied heavy firepower bombardment to the center from afar. Amidst the smoke and dust, the battle between Voimestina and Eagle continued. The moment she rushed out of the smoke again, the Bujin cells on Eagle's body had already spread to her entire upper body. Still no Eagle. Okay. For realty this time. Thanks, boy. During the engagement with Voimestina, the support team originally located not far behind Eagle had been destroyed one by one. The battlefield divided into multiple modules uses powerful combat squads as a core for pushing forward, employing tactics of encirclement and defeating them one by one. The heavy assault squads originally scattered around Eagle are cleared out. Dodging another attack wave coming from the side, Eagle surveys the battlefield and instinctively attempts to contact the forces she leads.
相対損傷率 30% 超え。随伴部隊は消息を絶った。全滅したのでしょうか。
She's like, holy shit, I only fought for like 2 minutes. Everyone is dead already?
予想損耗率を超過。勝率が大幅低下。作戦目標は迅速な防衛線突破と敵指揮官を標的とした斬首作戦。しかしこのままでは作戦失敗率はおよそ 89%。
Iliad, who was originally still wrestling with Voimestina, suddenly leaped backwards and then quickly retreated.
指揮官、イグラが撤退しました。追いますか？
いや、君たちには次の任務に当たってもらう。
Yeah, Eagle's like, my squad fed!
当面は撃退できただけでオーライだ。
Facing the encirclements, Eagle's gaze swept over everyone, dodging attacks and retreating quickly. After breaking through the encirclement, Eagle retreated to the rear without a trace of hesitation. LocalCache led Squad 404 in rapid assault, forcing back the enemy's mobile troops and ensuring the survival of the front line. Meanwhile, in Monkey Security's temporary command room, Linting's tone was no longer as composed as before, but perhaps due to the pressure from the person she was talking to, she could only try her best to restrain her anger and anxiety.
なぜ第3波を仕掛けないのですか？敵が立て直す前に突破口を開けば一気に目視を乗っ取れるというのに。人形の損耗率など気にするだけ無駄です。主力である機甲部隊と例の重火器はまだ投入されていないんですよ。私に任せていただけるなら2日で目視を取りましょう。お願いします。
However, the man in the communication screen just dropped the words, "This is an order," and cuts off the communication.
くそ。
Lentine irritably takes out the cigarettes she carries with her and takes a few deep drags before calming down.
腰抜けどもめ、肝心な時に待機命令を出しやがって。
副司令、上は。
背広組の素人が気持ちよく指揮を取っていたところ、損耗率を見ておじけづいたのさ。
So basically, the politicians are like, "Holy shit! Why are we losing?"
イグラの隊と光学迷彩ドローンを想像以上に失ってしまったからな。再度戦力評価するまで待てと言ってきた。
イグラの隊は8割以上損耗しましたからね。無理もないですよ。
8割でおじけづいてどうする？私が予想した9割よりはマシだ。人形は消耗品だ。それを作った財団が今さら値踏みとは何の冗談だ。モコシュにはあいつがいる。この程度の損耗は当然なんだよ。
財団はそう思わないでしょうね。人形重装部隊は安くないですから。クラソさんは俺たちに負荷が集中して、
I got Lentine's like, yeah, I kind of saw this coming.
軍に全部片付けてもらう算段なんでしょう。
あのタヌキじじい。財団の装備を使いつつ負荷を軍に押し付ければマグニセキュリティの損失はかなり抑えられる。奴の立場は理解できる。だが軍とて考えは同じだ。誰も損はしたくない。結局のところしわ寄せは現場に来る。
Fiercely stubbing out the cigarette in her hand, Lentine's eyes were full of dissatisfaction at the current situation.
モコシュに息をつく暇を与えるとそれだけあいつに余裕が生まれる。あいつを相手にしてそんな悠長なことしてたら負けるのはこっちだ。だが私たちにはこの勝利が必要なんだ。
ではどうします？
Thinking of the serious consequences that defying superiors might cause, Lentine forcefully suppressed her anger and forced herself to accept the superior's arrangements.
待つ。軍と上層部の反応をな。軍もどう出るやら。
結局俺たちも一階の PMC ですから、どうしても軍の判断に依存しちゃいますよね。たとえ戦果が芳しくなくてもあなたのせいではありません。人形重装部隊で敵の防衛線に穴を開ける。当初の目的はある程度実現できているんですから。モコシュ外周にある拠点も一部制圧できましたし、そこを起点にさらなる進行だって可能です。
あの程度の拠点、奴にとっては捨て駒に過ぎん。今打って出なければ進行はどんどん難しくなる。待つしかないのか。今軍が、それもハキリ隊が動けばすぐにでも戦局が傾く。だがそれでは意味がない。そんな勝利、マグニセキュリティとしては何の旨味もない。それにモコシはじきに物資不足にあえぐだろう。弾薬が尽きたらできることは？
交渉に応じるか投降ですね。
その通り。上はそれを待っているんだろう。だがこっちはそういうわけにはいかない。何千人の兵士の命がかかってるんだ。まあいい。ここでうだうだ言ったところで何も変わらん。ケニー、兵たちを今のうちに休ませろ。イグラの素体も直しておけ。まだ使うからな。軍とモコシュがどう動こうと対応できるようにな。リサに補給部隊を動かすよう伝えておけ。ここからが肝心だ。こちらの兵隊もまだまだ脆弱だからな。それから新しく発見した敵拠点の情報を軍に流しておけ。
でも
連中から動く可能性を少しでも上げるんだ。奴らが動けばチャンスは訪れる。こっちの部隊も出せ。あそこには予備戦力が隠されている気がする。あいつの退路は全て塞いでやる。
すでに指示しました。 他にやることは？
エルモ号を探し出せ。
敵が後退してる。今回はこっちの勝ちだな。
No, I think, as Lentine said beforehand, she's fighting with a hand tied behind her back. Because frankly, if she was able to cut off supplies, or just go in with an overwhelming force, there's very little the commander would be able to do besides have people evacuate.
死傷者数は早く拠点を直して次の攻撃に備えるんだ。
まだ統計中だが、あんま良くねえな。
The initially excited words were swallowed by the attrition of war. Vasily and I stood in the temporary command room, listening to one battle report after another. Even though we had prepared ourselves, actually seeing the data still made everyone's hearts sink. Although casualties have been noticeably controlled after the Star Squad support, and the official report is still being compiled, according to real-time reports, the number of casualties among the Mako's Oath Squads, or Oath Guards, has exceeded 180 since the conflict began. While most of them are wounded, the number is still shocking. Looking at those names marked as dead, Vasily was silent for a moment, slowly clenching his fist, as if struggling with some emotion in his body. For Makosh, the current situation could already be considered a victory, but Vasily's brows did not relax. He looked at Makosh's digital sand table, the projection of the city as if sheltered under his body. I have no doubt that if possible, he would definitely be willing to use his own body to block all incoming storms from Makosh. I sighed silently and changed the subject. The war has already begun, and the best way to reduce sacrifices is to seize victory as soon as possible.
バシル、補給部隊は？
まだ持ってるが。
I said, quickly suppressing those deepened emotions. Vasily looked at me and nodded firmly.
君の助力もあって、最初の攻撃はしのげたんだ。この調子が続けば、勝つのはモコシだ。
I earnestly patted his shoulder, hoping to provide a little emotional support for this new leader.
バシル、自分を信じ、私を信じろ。何より、モコシのみんなを信じるんだ。
At night, the fierce wind carried the coarse yellow sand of the Yellow Zone, ruthlessly cutting the frames of the two travelers like sandpaper. Even for dolls, traveling through a collapsed storm is not an easy task. However, this common sense obviously did not apply to the two of them. They were silent, using the interference of the collapsed storm to conceal their tracks, and silently advanced towards their predetermined destination. Of course, for Asteria, this trip could not be called pleasant. Given the choice, she would never be willing to act as the driver for this old acquaintance again. Asteria reached out and touched the case on her back, took a deep breath, and then quickened her pace, hurrying towards the direction of Makosh.
土下座されても許さないんだよね。
Oh, is that Florence? Alright, there's two sections. Ugh. Report. Close in. Weapon system 4 destroyed. Squad. Unresponsive. On the scorched earth filled with gunpowder smoke, a Makos Oath Guard soldier is struggling to lean against the remains of a cover. One of his hands tightly covers his continuously bleeding neck, while the other hand shakily taps on his communication terminal. His heavy, broken gasping is exceptionally jarring on the dead, silent battlefield. Command Center, please respond if you hear this. The ruthless electronic busy tone from the communicator was like a countdown to a death sentence. The Oath Guard soldier looked up and let out a long, despairing sigh. Communications are jammed. It seems rescue is hopeless. We promise after this battle, we gotta try Paradoge's newest tomato smoothies flavors together. In the end, I'm the one left. The extreme cold brought on by the blood loss invaded his entire body, and the soldier's vision was gradually swallowed by scarlet and darkness. His fingers, which had been pressing tightly against his wound, lost their strength and slowly slipped away. However, in this near-death moment, a seemingly slender yet exceptionally strong hand precisely clamped his wrist, pressing tightly against the wound once again. You pressed the neck wound in time to stop the bleeding. It seems you learned the previous battlefields that self-rescue training very well. Come, let me see. You're the commander's medical. Shush. Don't speak. Save your strength. You will have plenty of time later to lie comfortably in a hospital bed and chat. Keep pressing. I'll have it bandaged right away. Florence's pupils flashed several times, quickly locking on to the patient's condition through her visual module. In just an instant, she had already finished bandaging the wounded. Team 1, you guys take this wounded person back first. There are still a few soldiers with weak vital signs under the ruins. I need stretchers and large amount of gauze. Move fast. Actually, there's still alive? Did I say already? You'll have plenty of time to talk later. Hurry up and transfer. Without any hesitation, Florence handed the bandaged soldier over to the arriving human medics, turned around, and darted towards the ruins like a elite cheetah. Soon she found a severely injured, bloody Oath Guard. The vital signs monitoring system of Florence's visual module scanned the wounded's body, and a precise rescue plan was already generated in her neural cloud. Head hit by metal shrapnel on the lower right jaw. Communicated fracture of the mandible. Severe laceration causing massive hemorrhage. Open fracture in the left forearm, bone exposed. Numerous non-penetrating wounds on the chest and abdomen. Also a severe penetrating wound on the left thigh. For the penetrating wound on the thigh, immediately inject ULAP medical gel along with gauze deep into the wound to stop the bleeding. Leave the neck and chest wounds to me. Stretchers, notify the underground bunker to prepare for emergency surgery. That person was fucked up and she was like, I got it. Within 10 minutes, while the smoke still hasn't cleared, this white figure is exceptionally conspicuous over the ruins. Florence, with almost insane efficiency, forcibly dragged all the survivors of Closed-In Weapon System 4 back from death's door. Closed-In Weapon System 4 has 6 survivors. I have already synced their initial triage files to you. Let the doctors down below handle the subsequent debridement and suturing. Yes, ma'am. Transport this last wounded person back too. Some will cover you. After that, follow the marks I left to find the wounded I've treated and transport them back to Makos. Little Cheyenne, did you hear me? The retreat route has been secured. I will provide cover. But aren't you evacuating with the medical team? Just now, the number 6 close-in weapon system was attacked by a suicide drone swarm and has completely lost contact. And there are 3 squads that sent weak distress signals on the public frequency. I had to rush over there first and give an emergency treatment. But you're all alone. Furthermore, number 6 CIWS is on the edge of the outermost firing line. Once you're there, I won't be able to provide you with effective cover. Oh my, is little Cheyenne worried about me? Don't worry, I like this thrilling experience of dancing on the tip of the knife the most. Little Kukai, can you provide a round of smoke cover on my advance route? Don't call me by that disgusting nickname. Smoke grenades will arrive in 30 seconds. Jahui and the others will also provide cover. Keep yourself safe. You're the Frontline rescue captain, personally appointed by the commander. Don't die too ugly a death. Huh, true indeed. So I will take this mission very seriously. After all, it's been a long time since I saw the commander ask me so earnestly. Oh my, Commander. Something calling me alone to the command center. Could it be that the commander knows I newly formulated some mood-enhancing incense and wants to find some excitement? Florence, I need you to take the lead in forming a frontline mobile rescue team. This war is already unavoidable, but I still want to do my utmost to reduce everyone's casualties as much as possible. Since it's a personal request for the commander, I'll really be a little more serious. What exactly do you need me to do? I will arrange for Squad 404 and Cheyenne to intercept the enemy elites in the ruins of the outskirts of Makosh. This should suppress the direct casualty rate of human soldiers. However, the close-in weapon systems, bunker fortifications, and large-scale tactical penetrations still require the human soldiers of Makosh to fill with their lives. Makosh doesn't lack good doctors who can perform surgeries in sterile rooms, but it lacks people who can weave through heavy artillery fire, provide emergency treatment for the severely wounded, and bring them back alive. So this time, I'm handing over all the arrangements for frontline rescue entirely to you. You can deploy any resources you want, and the other squads will also provide you with support. This really is an exciting and highly valuable mission. So the priority of the mission is... I'll leave it to your judgment. Although you often play pranks and act without any taboos on ordinary days, in terms of medical treatment, you always maintain a purest respect for life. So on this point, I trust you unconditionally. I will transfer Kofine over too, and let her cooperate with you. That won't do. Little Kofine must stay on the Omo or follow closely by your side, Commander. What's your reason? As a doctor, I think Little Mei Ling, Little Helena, and Little Menli all need a reliable doctor to look after them at all times. As a tactical doll, I think the one who needs to be secured in this battle is you, Commander. As for personally, the Commander asks me so seriously, how could I possibly share such an exciting thing with the little Kofine? Don't worry, Makoshi's medics are also very reliable. They just need to follow me to do emergency treatment on the battlefield and help me transport the wounded back to the operating table. The rest can be left to Makoshi's local doctors to handle. I respect your judgment, but absolutely don't act recklessly. Although I promised the commander at the time that I wouldn't act recklessly, but these guys opposite have even brought out special anti-doll ammunition. Oh my, it seems I can only act a little recklessly. Next up. The setting sun passed through the ajar warehouse door. Here, many trunk compartments were wide open, and 2 soldiers were counting cargo boxes inside. The boxes were affixed with seals printed with the destination Makosh. The communication terminal suddenly rang. The 2 looked at each other and immediately connected. Hey, it's me. Captain, please instruct. We caught quite a few people again, and now we need to escort them to the warehouse. You guys come lend me a hand too. The 2 looked at each other and nodded. After stacking the cargo boxes next to the vehicle, the 2 slung their weapons on their backs and walked out of the warehouse. With a muffled groan, there was no more movement. The main gate was fully opened, and sunlight flooded abundantly into the warehouse, outlining 3 figures on the ground. Several underground brokers were squeezed in the warehouse compartment. Their hands and feet were tied, and cloth bags were over their heads. They could only judge the situation by sound. They heard the room's door lock being shattered by a gunshot, followed by someone walking into the room. Are you the underground brokers working under Paul Denisa? It sounded like a question, but the room remained dead silent. You're headed from the coast, right? As they spoke, the underground brokers heard the sound of that person drawing a knife, and their heartbeats instantly accelerated. Surprisingly, the other party cut the plastic ties binding them. Then the cloth bags over their heads were removed, revealing 3 girl-like dolls to their eyes. You're safe now. The girls? Your voices. On the way here, we found a squad of monkey security mercenaries, probably the ones you caught you. After taking care of them, Mito used that captain's voice to disguise herself and fooled quite a few idiots along the way. I'm Mito, a doll from Makosh. The girl returned to her pleasant voice. Dolls from Makosh? Oh, so you're that commander's? Oh, hey, Yuhi. You have not appeared in like forever. The commander sent us here to protect the supply line connecting to Makosh. By the way, we just found a few trucks in the warehouse. They should be yours, right? Yeah. Medical supplies. Sister Paul Denisa said they were urgently needed by Makosh, but looks like the intel was correct. The people from Manga Security have already reached their hands over here. Any vehicles heading that way will become their targets. Then the next step should be... The group thought for a while, then looked at the few trucks outside the room. At nightfall, Miko and the other 2 enter the Amber Market riding in the underground broker's truck. Before they arrived, many vehicles were already crowded in the town. Iron Sand, underground brokers, and liaisons from Makosh were scattered around, either talking or arguing, and an anxious atmosphere permeated everywhere. Miss Sloan! After getting out of the car, Mito quickly spotted Sloan dispatching manpower in the crowd. Seeing Mito approach, the other party was also taken aback. Mito, Kuro, why are you here? Is everything okay over at Makosh? The commander sent us here after learning that the logistics line was blocked. We saved some underground brokers on the way. They're over there. The commander? Speaking of which, all the trucks parked in town here are for transporting supplies, right? This is almost bursting the town. Yes. Currently the convoys transporting supplies to Makosh are temporarily parked here. The guys from Monkey Security blocked the main traffic routes for transporting supplies, and even attacked our stronghold at one point. Excuse me. I rushed back to help immediately after receiving the news. It's just that holding the Amber Market is doable, but trying to break through the enemy's blockade with the Iron Sand's current forces will be very difficult. However, this can't go on either. If we don't rush these support supplies to Makos, the commander will... We're also figuring out a way, and that's not even the worst of it. A bit earlier, someone from Makos intercepted Monkey Security's communications. They said the enemy has another batch of reinforcements arriving tonight. If we let them merge their forces, I'm afraid there won't be any possibility of breaking through the blockade. While talking, some people nearby started arguing again over the placement of goods. Sorry, I can't entertain you any longer. Please excuse me for a moment. It's okay, you go ahead. Sloan left under the gaze of the three. Miss Sloan's side is very dangerous. The enemy is sending more troops at this time is obviously trying to completely block Amber Market. This logistics relay point. If they really succeed, the situation in Makos having lost logistics support will be even more severe. But even with the firepower of the three of us, breaking through the blockade is a bit too much of a stretch. Unless we contact the commander and send more people here. Yeah, right. That would just add pressure on the commander. Damn it, if there was a way to take out the enemy without firing a single shot. Just as the commander outsmart them using all possible means. Outsmart them? This would definitely be easy for the commander, but what can three of us do? The only thing I can think of right now is to boost everyone's morale with a dance performance. Then I can broadcast your dance live for everyone to see, but what use is that? Hey! Dancing? Live streaming? It seems it's not impossible. Eh? A few minutes later, Mithil found Sloan and, under her surprised gaze, recounted the plan the three of them had formulated. Monkey Security's camp was driven into the ground like a wedge in the night in the dark, completely sealing off the road to Makos, and not a single cargo transport vehicle could be seen on the road anymore. In the camp, all soldiers maintained 120% vigilance, with communication terminals transmitting chatter from time to time. Our reinforcements arriving soon. Yes, estimated about 40 minutes left. Very well. In the command room at the center of the camp, the garrison captain stared at the blockade line he had deployed on the map and nodded. As long as we hold our ground here, Makos can forget about getting any supplies. Without support, they won't last long. The garrison captain savored the joy of impending victory, so I guess he's saying, ha 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 ha. But the communications chatter on the terminal gradually blurred, and at the burst of static, a cheerful melody began to play. Can you hear my voice? Yahoo! Welcome to today's live broadcast. Fire it up! Amber Market Great Counterattack! I'm your favorite streamer, Kuro. This live broadcast will go deep into the front lines to provide everyone with absolutely good stuff. Fam, don't be stingy with your planes and rockets, hurry up and send them. The defenders on alert wave, confused by the sudden commotion, and the defender captain also moved his eyes away from the map. What's going on? Report! An unknown signal has intruded and hijacked our communication network privileges. The source seems to be the Amber Bazaar? The Amber Bazaar. Those guys from the Iron Sand group still want to keep struggling? No matter. Reinforcements are arriving soon. They won't be able to make any waves. Retake the permissions immediately. We must keep communications open. Yes, sir! After giving the order here, the terminal over there began to show the scene of the Amber Market. In the center of the market, many underground brokers formed a circle, and right in the middle appeared a cute and charming girl, waving at everyone with a bright smile. Good evening, everyone. This is Yuhi from Sparkle Squad. This time, I was commissioned by Makosh to come to the Amber Bazaar to cover everyone. It's been a tough journey for you all. Yuhi will use her most passionate dance to wash away the exhaustion of your day. The enthusiastic and passionate dance infects the audience at the Amber Bazaar, and also enters the sight of all the Banki security defenders through their terminals. Hey, hey! Don't just stare blankly, fam! And the brothers from my security too. Drop a rocket if you have one, or just tap a heart if you don't. Where's Vapley when you need her? What kind of stunt is this? I'm not up to anything. I just want to bring happiness to my family through live streaming. I don't have any bad intentions. They even hijacked communication frequency permissions. It's just some bluffing tricks. Inform everyone immediately to heighten their guard. If we encounter any enemy attack, you are authorized to fire at will. After making emergency arrangements, the garrison captain looked at the terminal again. You brats. No matter who you are, you better get out of our communication frequency right now. Otherwise... Huh? You uneducated brat, running around running your mouth like that? Don't you know you have to use polite language on the stream? The communications officer secretly glanced at the captain, whose face was flushed with anger. No matter how you play tricks, the outcome of Makoshi's instruction will not change. No matter how you struggle, it's useless. Communications officer, have you gained access yet? I'm trying to conduct electronic offense and defense. I still need some time. Hurry up! I don't want to see these brats messing up our communications channels anymore. Copy that. Vapley is too busy being retarded. Tisk, tisk. The boss moves their mouth. The subordinates run their legs off. Is this your monk security workplace culture? You! What's that? Was there a puppy barking just now? Did anyone hear that? The defender captain couldn't help but burst into profanity. Fuck shit! Fuck! In Amber Market, waves of furious roaring voice prints were transmitted into Mito's auditory system through the monitoring channel and compiled within. The argument lasted for more than 10 minutes. On a terminal screen, Yuhi had already started her third dance, while the defender captain had been tortured by Kuro's online flaming skills to the point of almost losing his breath several times. With this level of skill, you actually have the nerve to flame with this lady. I'll take pity on you and tell you the truth. Makoshi's already sent reinforcements rushing the Amber Market. Take this lady's advice. Hurry up and slip away. Otherwise it'll be too late. Makoshi's reinforcements! Captain, this! Catching his breath, the garrison captain calmed down a bit. The reason these brats hacked their communications network is to pull some tactical deception. News came back from the front line early on that Makoshi was already stretched thin. It's absolutely impossible. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the camp, forcibly choking back the garrison's captain's words. Report! Enemy attack! Gunshots rang out everywhere. The unprepared defenders hastily returned fire, and the camp instantly fell into chaos. How the fuck is that possible? Did Makoshi police send reinforcements? Can you identify the enemy's intelligence? Not clear! The signal is jammed. Unable to detect IFF information. Damn it. Where's our reinforcements? We must cut them immediately. The defender captain picked up the terminal and tried to contact his own reinforcements. But the terminal screen only showed Yuhi dancing gorgeously, and the Ember Marker whose passion had already been ignited. Damn it! Damn it! Bashing the terminal in its hand to pieces, the defender captain drew his pistol and roared. Organize an attack immediately! Yesly cannot let them break through the blockade! After a fierce battle, the defenders almost put all their forces on the line. The crossfire between the two sides came to an abrupt end only when the sky turned pale. The defender captain looked with a distorted face at the enemy opposite, who was also dressed in Manga security attire, and everyone immediately started cursing. How could this be? Oh my, didn't I tell you? Your reinforcements received your call for help and came to attack the Makosh defenders stationed at the traffic artery of Ember Market. Unfortunately, you had to be in the position we had been attacked. My call for help? Yeah, it was my call for help. Thanks to this voice, your people believed it very easily. Thanks a lot. Hearing the young girl in a terminal emit his own voice, the defender's captain's mind was like a bomb that had detonated, unable to think anymore. The remaining defenders were also powerless to fight again, and were easily completely surrounded and annihilated by the Iron Sign gang, who had been waiting at ease. The battle completely ended, and the sky was already bright, and the Iron Sand gang began to clear the battlefield. The key route originally guarded by Manga security troops was cleared of an exit in advance, and the underground brokers convoy, originally congested at the Ember Market, began to pass through in an orderly manner. Yuhi and Kuro stood at the exit, waving goodbye to the passing convoy. Thanks for your hard work! Wishing everyone a safe journey! Pay attention to safety on the road. If you run into those guys among security, remember to contact us. Miss Yuhi, yesterday's performance was amazing. If the Sparkle Squad has new performances in the future, we'll definitely go support you. Wow, thank you. Miss Yuhi, before you leave, can we take a picture of you? Oh, we want to as well. And autographs too, please. Huh? Many underground brokers intended to get out of their cars to find Yuhi for a group photo and ask for an autograph, but ended up being constantly urged by the honking of the vehicles behind them. Tisk tisk, you actually gained so many fans in one night. Yuhi, you. Kuro, Yuhi. Wow, why is there a traffic jam here? Go and ask our super idol. Don't make fun of me. Mito, did the commander reply to our battle report? Replied. The commander also said that our performance this time was very good. And when the battle is won, he'll give us any reward we want. So, sex. Got it. Anything? Stop fantasizing first, you. I just saw Miss Sloan. She will lead the Iron Sand group to continue reinforcing the security around the Ember's Bazaar to prevent the transportation routes from falling into enemy hands again. Now that the crisis is resolved, we should head out and take a look elsewhere. The people from Manga Security won't let this go. I hope these supplies can be successfully delivered to Makosh. As long as we're here, we won't let them succeed. I sure can. I'm not sure that's the right line. The three exchanged a smile and immediately set off for the next destination. The wilderness of the Yell Zone stretched as far as the eye could see. The logistics lifeline, formed by the underground brokers convoy, was surging towards Makosh. Let's see what we got left. I do feel like we reached a good stopping point because we got through the first half of the battle, and I do need to not go to bed, but I do need to start unwinding. We could finish the rest tomorrow. About 5 hours. There's still more of these to read. I think these are just regular battles, though. Yeah, these are just regular battles, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a good stopping point then. Yeah. Very good start, I would say. I honestly have no complaints, I would say. I guess there's not much to say at the moment. I'll say right now, Asteria is taking a bit of a backseat, but I'd say she'll probably get a lot more going in part 2. Or, I guess this is a part 3, actually. But I am liking this battle. It's not as good. It's not as good as Polarized Light. I'll put it that way. I do like it more than part 1. Part 1 felt... I'll say for the most part, part 1 was pretty damn slow. I'll say. It was very slow and focused too much on characters that we don't really need to care about. So the focus on part 2 so far, I really appreciate. Long-Hair Maxwell? I have not seen Long-Hair Maxwell. That sounds awesome, though. Also, I don't know why, but my AC isn't just like being lazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I haven't yet. Looking forward to it. And I don't want any fucking spoilers. Alright, I think that's it. I don't want to give out too many impressions until we actually finish this part. So, I will go ahead and hop off, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow to take care of the rest of this. Absolutely. And didn't open Twitter at all. I don't even go to Reddit. Alright, take care, guys. I don't even go to Reddit. Alright, take care, guys.